Virtual.
Well, back to live pictures. I was a little bit concerned then. Back to live pictures here from the SimGrid VCO World Cup season finale. And again, incredible race that we've had so far in the opening 9 hours. Whilst we have been away, did get word in my ear that Di McCormack did have a little bit of an off, but I think he might well be all right continuing in these pretty heavy torrential rain conditions that we've had. It's been on and off throughout. It looks like the rain might be dissipating over the next few hours, and we might well see the track dry up towards the halfway point of the race, which from a strategy point of view is going to make things very, very complicated indeed, approaching that 12-hour point where we're going to dish out some more points, the penultimate points of the entire season as well, which is obviously very important once we head to our championship fight. For the next 3 hours though, it's going to be myself, Lewis McGlade, Nick Foster back in the booth, and as we've said before, these conditions are about as tricky as it gets, and you've always got those goals in endurance racing, Nick, where it's you've got to have small victories throughout the race. It's always those ones of like once you've passed the first quarter of the race, the first third, once you've got to halfway, once the sun's up, all these small victories which just give you that little boost to take you to the checkered flag. Because let's be honest, for anyone doing a 24-hour race, whether it's in sim racing or the real world, this is hard stuff.
Yeah, any kind of 24-hour race is tough. Nürburgring's a tough track as a whole. You don't really get an opportunity for a break, and particularly in these conditions, you know, the guys are going to be on the limit. I know they've got 4 drivers, but these guys tend to change drivers after every stint, so it's not exactly the break that you expect through the race either. When guys are double stinting, so you end up 2, 3 hours, 4 hours out of the car. You tend to come in every 3 hours, and most of these sim guys stay up all night, keeping an eye on the car anyway. So yeah, it's a very, very tough race. Last one of the year, people are fighting for championships, fighting for the small victories. So there's a lot going on.
When it comes to endurance racing in the real world, this is just lapped traffic getting down the inside and sort of getting involved in the mix. That one being the 191 of Cyclari that's down in 20th position, just getting past Jan Beerman and obviously feeling a fair amount faster in the 191 car. Remember that the 191, this was the Bentley version, so it was actually technically the 194, but still we will classify it as the 191 because I think that was the number that was victorious that day in the SRO Esports 6 hours of the Nürburgring about a month ago. In actually pretty tricky conditions as well for to throw that one nicely into the mix. But yeah, with endurance racing in the real world, say you're doing a 24-hour race now, I don't know how it is when it comes to going to sleep, getting some rest, which I've always found, at least from the 24 races and stuff that I've done only in sim racing, is that getting away from the race and actually being able to get to sleep and step away and calm down and cool off is next to impossible. It's one of the hardest things that I've had to do, because you go to bed, you lie down, and the only thing that you can think about is, where's the car? Is it going to be in the wall when I wake up? What is happening? Is that the same in the real world?
Yeah, I actually find naturally in sim racing you tend to be more on eggshells, because you invest quite a lot of time and you understand that you're all over what's happening during the whole entire race. You know, you understand the strategy, you understand how the weather's going to transition, why it transition, you're on top of your own tire pressures, you know, what you have to select in the pit stops, etc. So I find in the sim world, and these guys will probably attest, that you have to be very involved in what's happening to the point where you actually can't really switch off through the entire race. Fortunately, you know, when we go to the track, we are just the wheelmen, just the plonkers behind the wheel, you know, so there's other guys that manage the strategy, so it's much easier to become disconnected from the race. You go to sleep, you wake up, you do your driving, you walk away, and so when you jump in the car, you know where you are, you know what you're trying to achieve, you drive as fast as you can. When you get out and you hand the car over, you disconnect, you switch off, and that's how you're able to kind of get the rest and not, you know, expend a massive amount of mental energy worrying where the car is, particularly in big 24-hour races. So, you know, big respect for the sim guys, because most of them will probably stay awake through the night.
Yeah, it's the whole thing, of course, with sim racing, where yes, sure, some teams do have their own dedicated race engineer, but not all teams do. And most of the time when people are obviously at this level, you kind of expect most teams would have, as Fleer has a little bit of a moment leaving Dunlop. Particularly if you're doing it on the more casual side, when you're, you know, for the most part, the first experiences of doing 24-hour racing that people are going to have in sim racing is that you get out of the car, and what do? Well, you're basically the engineer. And so you're both focused on the race for its entirety, which is very, very difficult. The only 24-hour races that I've done, that has been the case, although the first one we lasted 8 hours. We won't go into it too much. I was behind the wheel when it DNF'd, but yeah, whatever, it is what it is.
Well, naturally, I was quite surprised to hear that you struggled to sleep, because normally you'd sleep like a baby after you've crashed the car.
Thanks, mate.
3 hours into a 24-hour race.
Nice. It was 8. It was 8, and it was a dodgy curb that blew me up.
Copy.
I was very angry. That was a long time ago, and you know, I'm a big boy now. It's fine. Avoidable contact though. Drive-through penalty. We'll move straight on. Has been applied to the number 28, which is the WPS racing car. That was against the number 34. The number 34 being the Greek Souvlaki squad. So, like I say, drive-throughs and stuff. Obviously, you don't want to get a drive-through penalty at any point in the race, but realistically, I mean, now sort of, I guess, the best time, because you've got time to come back from it. This battle, though, is raging on as Getvian is defending from Fleer around the outside. A bit of a hip check. If there's, I've said it before and I'll say it again, if there's a car you don't want to bully, it is probably that big Bentley. You don't want to get involved with it too hard, because, let's be honest, if there's going to be some car-to-car contact, it's probably going to win.
At the same time, we've just had the 14 into the pits for their pit stop, so only a 28 lap stint, that one, so potentially an issue there with the 14. We'll have to check up.
We will have to decide. To be fair, we're not insanely far away, and obviously with everyone running slightly different standings. They did have a short stint, did the 14. Just checking as to how long their stints have been. That stint was, bearing in mind 75 minutes is the limit, that stint was 59 minutes and 31 seconds. So that is concerningly short.
He has run the first stint prior, so this could be, you know, cutting himself short of a full double stint, but naturally for strategy in the race you wouldn't like to see that, so potentially an issue there, and we'll keep an eye on the 14 once they get back on track and where their pace is and who's in the car.
Yeah, that is bizarre. Well, we will get to the bottom of this. I'm absolutely sure Unicorns of Love are normally quite quick with passing us the old details, so we'll have to find out as to what's happened to Jan Marcel Dietrich. Of course, the 2-minute 10 that is on the timesheets would have been the in-lap coming into the pit lane, so kind of makes sense on that one. We just need to find out how long they've been stationary. Could have just been a fuel stop, and so they're double stinting tyres. Everyone else is only single stinting tyres. I've said that before in endurance racing, is that there is, we worked out when doing some of this before, is that if we actually shrinked our stint by 2 laps, I think it was, we could then triple stint the tyres. It was at Le Mans once. And so we ended up triple stinting, where everyone else was only double stinting, but they were taking it to the fuel limit. And over a 6 hour period, we were faster than everyone else because we were running a little bit shorter. Obviously, you're spending more time in pit lane, which is what you're trying to avoid, but you're out on the track on a lighter car, and you're technically stationary in the pit lane for less time over the race distance, and so you gain that time back. That is quite a strategy call, though, and you have to be brave to do it. I would stick to the plan.
They were losing about a second a lap there, and not just on the Baldwin car and the McLaren behind in the ass heat, but also to some of the other competitors within that top 5 or 6. So it could be that tyre pressure window is starting to go out, so make a quick pit stop, adjust those tyre pressures, get back on track, and push through. And Dietrich's remained in the car, so he's about to hit a triple stint, which you don't see too often in sim racing.
No, absolutely. That is a long time behind the wheel. Of course, presently, having driven for... Oh, I actually think he has jumped out of the car. It was 2 hours total. I think Groenewold has actually jumped in the graphics just updating. I think it is actually Tobias Groenewold behind the wheel, who... Groenewold's a very talented driver, so maybe it is cutting their losses and thinking, do you know what, as much as Jan-Marcel Dietrich's a plenty fast enough driver going up against one of the fastest drivers in sim racing, let's try and put our own top gunner in, who managed to pull out an enormous gap in the early, very wet stages of this race. They've thrown Tobias Groenewold in, but in doing so, they have relinquished the lead, at least temporarily, for the next sort of 8-10 minutes over to the 149 of James Baldwin. It's not ripped them massively off of schedule, and to be fair, the schedule's kind of a bit all over the place after the wet to dry section that we saw a bit earlier on in the race, and obviously the dry back into the wet. So realistically, I'm sure they're looking at it, they've got their cards and they know what the score is, and they're just taking maybe a little bit of a gamble, or just trying to basically stop the loss of time that they were seeing.
But they also may be looking towards not just the end of the race, but also the 12-hour mark.
Yeah.
Making sure that they were the last car to pit on the 12-hour mark to try and get those extra points. I know naturally they're kind of a little bit in no man's land in the championship, but should there be a big issue with the 2 cars in front, there could be an opportunity there. So it could be a push to try and get those maximum 6-hour points through the race.
Yeah, I mean, they're not like I say, I wouldn't necessarily coming into it count them as being completely in championship contention. They came into it 10th in the standings, which was a good 90 points down. Now, 90 points sounds like an incredible amount, but when you've got 160 points up for the day, I mean, if you're going to come into a 24-hour race, if you sweep the maximum points from the day, then again, if you're absolutely right. If there are issues for Simware.pro, for DV1 Triton, then you're in a great position. I mean, the 211 Sidemax Motorworks, they're in 11th place, so they're a little bit further down. Racing Line Motorsport, the 191, they're in 19th position. Sim Racing Masterclass, the race winners from Kyalami, they're not having a good day. The 164 is down in 17th position. These are all teams that are ahead of the 14. So regardless of them winning the championship or not, they are making up a huge amount of ground in the championship anyway, up towards the top levels, potentially even into the top 3 if they keep scoring like this. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. They're aiming for the 12-hour point, which right now, obviously we're about 3 hours away, with the stint lengths being 75 minutes. It's kind of an awkward number for them to be stopping on, and I don't think many drivers or teams can stretch it so that they're pitting just after the 12-hour point. We'll get to that obviously a bit later on. Unfortunately, you should never trust the commentator's maths, but I think they're just trying to find a way of undercutting their way into a higher position. Of course, for them, there's only really one team they're trying to cover off with that strategy, and that is the 149. That's the only team they're really focused on, because they've pitted, they've come in for a full pit stop, driver change tyres, and they've only dropped the single spots. They're not worried about the large contingent of drivers behind. It's just that one.
Yeah, exactly. You know, losing one place on an entire pit stop, you can just shows you their kind of dominance in the race thus far. So what's crazy interesting at the moment is the lap time for Baldwin. So the only car in the 201s at the moment. So as I think we actually see that Gronewald had an issue there on that lap, maybe dropped a wheel through the chicane. So we'll keep an eye on lap times, but 2038 with a full tank for Gronewald and Baldwin into the 201s. I mean, that car is unbelievably fast at the moment.
The thing is with Baldwin is that he's insanely fast. On the timesheets has been at the top, has been the fastest car on circuit. The thing with that is that obviously that's giving him an enormous confidence boost, which will then affect him over the next coming stints. And in conditions like this, of course, we do see this quite a few times with sim races where they won't do. I mean, you brought up that a team or driver doing 3 stints is actually a bit sort of unheard of in these parts, and I would say that is absolutely the case. But with Baldwin, who has done a double stint earlier in the race, same with Boothby's also done one, but we see it quite a lot where they change driver each stint. With the conditions and with the pace that's coming out of James Baldwin, when they pit in only a couple of laps time, I'd be saying, yeah, you're staying in the car, mate, off you go.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but you also have to remember that you want your gun a bit later in the race too. If you use him up too much through the race now, then later in the race you're not able to use him. So he's obviously put them in contention now. Let the other guys run the lunchtime shift through the night, which is what I always had as the slow driver, and then basically bring him back in towards the tail end of the race when you want a fast run home, and potentially when the conditions are more optimal as well, and he can extract again a bit more out of the car.
Are you saying that teams put their slow driver in at this point of the race all the time?
Well, either that, or if they're a liability, like you stick him in early and get their time done straight away.
See, that's I was going to say, because I was always doing the graveyard shift in the 24-hour races. This all makes perfect sense now. Thanks, mate.
No problem.
I've been
That's what I'm here for.
Well, I mean, the thing with a race like this, of course, you would throw in your slower driver, which is fair enough. It is what it is. But also, what that means is that if you're, as the 41 comes into the pit lane, if you're looking to gain a bit of ground, then maybe throw in your fastest driver now to try and make up some of that ground against some of the slower cars. As Mike Noble comes into the pit lane a little bit sideways, of course it's very, very slippery there over the painted surface, rolling into pit lane. Tauscher also in the pit lane in the 211, as well as Chris Hurker in the number 9 Ren Welton Lamborghini. So plenty of drivers entering pit lane. Baldwin will be coming in, I believe, this lap. This lap, yes, absolutely. So we'll see what the gap really is between Baldwin and Gronewald, and I'm very interested, because with the pace that James Baldwin's been putting in, he's been closing that gap down, but it's about what his pace is going to be on fresh tyres and a full tank again in comparison to Gronewald.
Exactly, provided this stop is scheduled and no issues, we could see a gap under 10 seconds for these guys for the race lead. So provided that McLaren can keep its pace on a full tank, then we might have quite a close race for P1 here.
I still think there'll be I think Gronewald's still doing just about enough to keep some form of a distance. Yegor Ognikov now jumps behind the wheel of the number 41 Simware.pro, the team again that won the last 24 hours, the only 24-hour race that we've done so far in the season, that one at the 24 hours of Spa. And a reminder that they are carrying success ballast after finishing up inside the top 5 last round out at Kyalami. So they are doing very well to be contending for a podium. But obviously the big reminder there is that the 111 has changed brakes, changed brake pads on their previous stop. Wonder if anyone else will also try and cover that off, so we might see some teams lose a fair amount of time and track position. On the start finish straight comes Gronewald. They retake the race lead, but as you're quite right, it is not by too much. On the right hand side in the picture-in-picture, you can see Jaroslav Honzik now taking over from James Baldwin. So I think you're right on that one. You're right on quite a few things today, mate. That they're not going to use all of James Baldwin right now. They're going to sit him out, potentially even be like, right, have a nice cup of hot chocolate and go to bed, mate. We'll see you in the morning. And Honzik takes over the car.
Honzik himself, though, no slouch, but interesting to see, the 14 cars basically only 1-2 corners ahead, so it won't be too long if he can keep up the pace that James had there. You'll start to see those taillights of the P1 car, which, as a driver, gives you a bit of confidence to push a bit harder and work harder to try and build that gap down, or close that gap, I should say.
It's kind of one of those ones where if I was in Honzik's boots, I'd be sat there thinking, like you say, you're looking for those tail lights, and on the run down into the hairpin, now he'll see this car come straight towards him on the other side of the track, and he'll know that is my target. And at some point, you'd be sat there, and your race engineer, your teammate, or whatever, will say, "There he is. There's the race leader." You think, wasn't that gap 40 seconds not very long ago? And that is an extra boost. That's a big push.
Exactly. I'd love to see the average stint times there of James compared to the field, because that was a phenomenal stint. I'm sure he took plus 20 seconds out of the race lead. Yeah. Could have been even more. So we'll wait to see as they cross the line. But again, pretty close. 10.8 seconds at the last sector time. That came down from close to 40 seconds. So James, putting together an unbelievable stint there.
It's all that coaching you've given him, mate.
Look, happens to the best of them.
Everyone needs a little bit of help from Nick Foster, and that is why you should head over to Coach Dave Academy. Again, in the chat, it is pinned in there. TSG x VCO 20. You can get yourself 20% off coaching, data packs, all that kind of stuff for ACC, as well as now iRacing as well. So head on over. Why not? They've been great support for us in SimGrid VCO World Cup so far in 2021. Can't wait for a new season of this. It's been fantastic from start to finish. It's been a great fight that we've seen throughout the championship, and it's kind of one of those ones where we just don't know who's going to win, because it's been inconsistency has been one of the main factors in this season. We've had 4 different race winners across the season, and between the 2 that are battling for the race lead at the moment, it looks like that is going up to 5 from 5, just because no one's been able to grab the championship by the neck. No one's been able to consistently run away with races, and that's what makes this kind of racing so very interesting. When you have large gaps between rounds, teams and such can figure out the advantages of all of the other teams and think, okay, what can we bring to the table next round? We've got a month until we hit the racetrack again. It gives you so much time to prepare properly, and that's why we see some of the biggest and best teams in sim racing attacking this series.
Yeah, exactly, Lewis. I mean, a month preparation for each race. These guys are leaving absolutely nothing on the table. So, the car that should have the pace to win per event tends to be the one that gets the job done. And we see that throughout the field. The cars that are strong at the moment, the last couple of races, the Aston has been, quite a strong performer, particularly in these mixed conditions like what we saw at Spa. So although they didn't win Spa, they were always at the pointy end, and they've been quite consistent. And then, when the Ferrari was fast, it made it work and got the result when it was there to be taken. Everybody's putting in the same amount of effort, and it's just about a bit of luck and making sure you have no big issues on the day. Again, no one's managed to scrape this championship up already, and it comes down to the wire because nobody's been mega consistent. Nobody's been able to string every single race together inside the top 5. Everyone's had their little issues, which has made this so exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And whilst we have obviously this grid of intense drivers, it must be one of those things that we do need to remind you every now and then. There are 2 grids of racing here in the SimGrid VCO World Cup. We've got split 1, obviously our main focus is, but then running half an hour out of sync. They're running half an hour behind, or ahead rather, one way or the other. They're going to finish half an hour before us. We'll go at least with that at the end of the race, so we'll be able to catch those across the line. But their race is going on. I'll just give you a brief update as to what has been going on. That the number 71 Gardi racing car that is leading in that race is the championship leader, and they look to be one of those teams that's set to take the championship in split 2. So whilst it's kind of one of those things that I like seeing, Nick, that we have the split 1, which is obviously our main attention. That's fair enough. But we do have other racing that happens behind the scenes for those that couldn't get into split 1 for whatever reason, so that they can chart their path in sim racing, and so it's basically open for as many people as it possibly can be.
Yeah, exactly. If we look at the way SimGrid operates with the daily races, multiple splits within the championships, it provides an opportunity for everyone to get involved, even if they're not at the highest level. And so the guys that have done a really good job in Split 2 have put themselves on the map to look at potentially getting a slot in Split 1 next year, and they go from maybe a team that was not well known, quite underrated drivers, etc., to being, bang, maybe potentially next year a championship contender in Split 1. And that's what's really amazing about sim racing, is the way that it's accessible to everyone.
Yeah, of course. It's kind of one of those things where we talk about this all the time when it comes to transitions and stuff from sim racing to real world. And whilst, yes, there is, again, no replacement for real world seat time. It's not as if it's going to be plug and play, that a sim racer is going to be able to jump out of a sim racing rig straight into a cockpit and go 9,000 miles an hour their first time ever driving a race car. It's not as simple as that. However, unlike in other sports, which is, like, say, for example, football with FIFA and stuff, if you're the best FIFA player in the world, that doesn't make you a good football player. It's two completely different things, because you're playing at the controller, you're controlling the team. You might understand the game, the sport tactically, which is fantastic, all well and good. However, sim racing is in a unique position to have a bit of a moment there from Willem Moman. That's a bit dodgy, as he'll jump across the chicane just ever so slightly behind Mikkel. But sim racing does have at least some route where it's, the basic skills of throttle, brake, steering, kind of there. You still have to follow the racing line. It kind of translates. And that's why we're seeing some of the top drivers in sim racing doing at least some form of transition. They're not just instantly moved into the top level of GT racing, but I know, for example, in Norbert Michelitz's sim racing team, which is Mirror Esports, he's obviously a WTCR champion in real life. One of his drivers, Gergo Baldi, has started racing in one of the TCR Eastern European series. Now, that is quite a leap from a sim driver to be jumping into a real car and actually contending for a real championship. Moritz Lerner as well in the DTM trophy, taking part over there. It's starting to happen.
The lines are certainly blurring more and more as the physics and everything start to get better. I think there's always going to be some kind of natural jump. What's interesting about sim racing is that you're able to tune your settings to make it work for yourself. Whereas effectively, sometimes when you jump in a car, it is what it is. You have to learn to drive that. You can't adjust and tune things to make it the way you want it to feel. It is what it is. So that's kind of missing a little bit in the sim racing world, the way that you can adjust and tune. But that's also what makes it really exciting and keeps people pushing and developing to go forward.
What's the hardest thing that you've had to get used to then in a real car? Like jumping into a real race and thinking, oh, this is rubbish in this car.
Unfortunately, it's the other way around for me. Normal cars feel normal. Driving in real life, and when I'm in the sim, I feel like a fish out of water. I'm still missing that little bit of feeling. In terms of the way you drive and what you're looking for is all the same. But yeah, just missing that kind of what I like to call an R sensor. So for me, the R sensor is missing, so I have to use my vision and everything a lot more, and feeling through the steering that I'm not used to, not having to have the car moving underneath me. So yeah, maybe I just need to open my tight fish wallet and get a big moving simulator to find some speed, because I'm certainly not as fast as these guys.
Oh, you have your moments though, don't worry. I mean, maybe you should head over to Coach Dave Academy and go and get yourself some nice setups to assist you with sim racing that you can move your way forward in, surely.
Go and get myself some coaching?
Yeah, you could coach yourself. How would that do?
Oh, it's interesting.
As a coach, do you actually like find you like kind of doing that, and when you're like learning a track for the first time, do you kind of like find yourself coaching yourself?
Yeah, always to an extent. When I'm talking to people, I'm always thinking of the same things when I'm on track myself. That analysis that you give anybody is the same that you give yourself. So it's not a biased thing that you look at someone who's struggling or trying to learn something for the first time. It's not any different to how I'm adjusting or tuning my own driving when I'm on track, whether it's on the sim or in real life. So that doesn't change. And across sim racing and real world, you're looking for exactly the same stuff. So that's where the lines are starting to blur a bit more, and it's interesting to be a part of that in the current shape at the moment, and see it unfold on both sides of the fence, because it is really cool.
Yeah, I think one of the best things when it comes to practicing in sim racing, other than the fact that everyone does 1,000 laps of practice, and I am not about any of that, is the fact that when you've done a couple of laps, obviously you've got a live footage, so you can just go back. You know, it's instantly there for you to go back and see, so you can see where all your mistakes are. But not only that, you can kind of see it from any angle that you want to. And this is obviously with instants and stuff, which is very, very useful there. But you can use it in your own practice, where you can think, oh, actually, now I can see from this angle, if you run it around in Swingman in like a replay, you can see that you're actually giving way more room over here, and you can use that to turn in and arc in a bit further, and you can really fine-tune your practice, rather than just obviously getting in behind the wheel and just doing 100 laps, which kind of doesn't really achieve much sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. So there's just so much more analysis that can be done through the sim, and things like a curb, for instance. If you find a curb that you need to cut, or you can cut to find some time, you can go and hit that same curb for 20-30 times to get it right. In real life, you don't have that opportunity. You maybe only get 3 or 4 laps in practice to kind of make it all stick. What's also really cool and unique in sim racing compared to a lot of other esports that you touched on is these guys have engineers. A lot of the top teams will have engineers, so they literally have guys analyzing their data, looking at what they're doing, same as what you have in real life. So these teams are really kind of analyzing everything they're doing and putting a lot of effort into how they set up the car, how they're doing their own driving. As I think you're going to take us on a rundown, Lewis.
Yeah, I certainly will, because we've got a lot that has happened over the opening nearly 10 hours of this race that is complete. And our race leader now jumping in behind the wheel is Tobias Gronewold. There was a lot of time lost to the Unicorns of Love racing car over the last few laps. They did relinquish the race lead for a short while to the Yazheat Pirelli car, but they are back in the race lead on cycle there, about 10 minutes early on the pit lane sequence. But now Tobias Gronewold is starting to pull out a gap. It was only a tenth of a second on the previous lap, but the gap is still beginning to grow nonetheless. Around 15 seconds now back to the Yazheat Pirelli car, which James Baldwin put in one of the stints of the race to close down on Jan-Marcel Dietrich on the race leader, down from around 40 seconds down to nearly 10 on the end of the previous pit lane sequence. Behind that is Yegor Ogorognikov, our championship leaders in the number 41 Simware.Pro car that's jumped up into third spot courtesy of the 111 taking on a brake change. They are running around in third, whilst we in 2.5 hours will be scoring points. They're in prime position to secure more points in their championship charge. Speaking of charges and speaking of working their way back up, the 157 we're focused on here, Jordan Sherritt. Now, they started from pole position. You'd kind of think they've gone backwards. Well, they had a stop and go 30 in the opening hour of the race, courtesy of incidents from last round. They've worked their way back up bit by bit over through the rain to dry transitions, through the dry to rain. Fantastic lap times from the entire team. They find themselves up in 4th position and potentially battling for a podium a bit later on. Battling for the championship, though, directly behind them, Mateusz Tuszkiewicz in the 111 car. We were catching up with the team manager about how this car has been. They're expecting to fight for the championship. They are trying as hard as they can, but they've got nothing to lose right now. They're sat in 5th place. They've already done 1 brake change. They are expecting a second brake change in the second half of this race, but their focus at the moment is trying to close down on Jordan Sherritt and Yegor Ogorognikov, but the Bentley does struggle in wet. They are hoping for a bit more dry. We also caught up with Jack Keithley from Williams Esports. They're running around in 6th place after a great couple of moves from Dyer McCormack to try and get himself past the 995 and the 22. He made those positions up. They're now in 6th spot, and it's looking like a season best performance to end the year for Williams Esports. Robbie Stapleford, who managed a fantastic qualifying a couple of days ago to slam that car up into 3rd position on the grid. They were looking like they might have been leading at one point in the race. However, they got passed down into turn 1 by the number 14. A not so great early stint to the race, and Luca Burke dropped down a little bit and they just couldn't get into the rhythm. They have found their rhythm now, though. They're back inside the top 10. They're starting to fight a little bit stronger. They recently got past the ambassadors for Van Velten car, and they are on a charge up towards the top 5. Bearman directly behind. That car that's been passed was passed by McCormack, was passed by the 22 as well, is going backwards a little bit, but they've had to work their way forward as well. At one point in the race, they were outside of the top 20, but setting fastest laps of the race in sensational fashion. They really did match well to the wet to drying conditions, and with the track looking like the rain might dissipate, this car might start going a fair amount faster as well. Directly behind that, we've got Ryan Yee in the 125 car. Get your sunglasses on for this one. The Real Racing Club, definitely one that the fan base has been going wild on. Previously the Ubik event squad, now they are running around in 9th under the Real Racing Club Shinkenwagon name as well. Fantastic to see them racing around in a bright livery, shall we say. The final one inside the top 10 is the number 21, another recipient of the stop and go 30. They struggled though to get into the rhythm of the race. Started from the front row. Dennis Schoeniger did the first stint of the race and just dropped backwards a little bit. After the stop and go 30, they just couldn't get on with moving forward. They received a 15-second time penalty as well in the next pit stop, and they just couldn't, again, get back into that rhythm. Finally, though, they found it. They're inside the top 10, and we know this car has got plenty of pace for the second half of the race. And let's be honest, Nick, with a race like this, when we've only completed 9.5 hours, there's still plenty of time for any of these teams to have a comeback or even to drop back should anything happen.
Yeah, Lou, it's monumental to think how much has happened in just 9 hours. We still have another 14 to go, 14 and a half. So much more action left to unfold. And I think rolling into daytime tomorrow is going to be sort of where the clutch performances start to roll through. It's been quite an interesting race, and way the lead of the race has transitioned as well. As you said, that stint from Baldwin was one of the highlights of the race so far, and it's clear that the 14 car there was struggling on its tyre pressures. I think we've had word that they just had a lot of traffic there and weren't in the position with the tyre pressures that they wanted to be in, and so they made that call for the early pit stop, and look at the difference it's made, back in that window, and now they're starting to stretch that gap out, open their legs up 17 seconds now. So pretty incredible how this race can evolve just in half an hour through one pit stop cycle.
There's been a good few sensational stints this race. Of course, in the early stages, we had Tobias Gronewold pulling out an enormous gap. We also had Smollier doing a sensational job to move up from 19th. Remember that 41 car started from 19th, and you'd think all that progress has been done bit by bit over the last 9 hours. That's not the case. They moved up inside the top 5 in the opening hour, courtesy of a sensational stint from Smollier. We also saw Tobias Pfeffer in the wet to dry conditions a bit earlier. Absolutely superb on pace, as well as, of course, James Baldwin. It's these kind of conditions where we expect to see at least one driver excelling beyond everyone else.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's been unreal, the change there that's been happening through. I think we're going to see a bit of a battle here with Robbie in Gamil going into P6. The speed that Robbie's showing, the stapler, at the moment, he should be able to close that gap, I think.
Yeah, obviously 5 seconds there between Robbie Stapleford and Tarek Gamma. We've got this battle between Paulus Pignoni and Andre Franca. A couple of battles as well a little bit further back. Did see that Mingay and Muir were quite close. Mingay had a 5-second time penalty in the previous stint from the 601 car. Of course, that one was actually appealed. Still don't understand why you would appeal, and I'm going to say it on broadcast, so I don't get it, why you would appeal a 5-second time penalty. That is a waste of an appeal if ever I've seen one. But regardless, they appealed it anyway, and it didn't work, so they got that 5-second penalty dished back, which they then had to serve on the last pit stop. They were quite close to Muir in that number 32, which itself had a drive-through penalty going down into the first corner, which is not the best place. Mikkel and Willem van Oomen are quite close as well. So there's a couple of close battles appearing in these tricky wet weather conditions, which, let's be honest, you're going to struggle to keep at consistently? I mean, you were saying about how obviously in real world, not that you go to sleep, but you let your body tell you what's going on. The car moving around tells you what's going on. It's kind of almost a little bit more autopilot because you're driving on feel, not just on vision. Whereas in sim racing and stuff, you're driving on vision and what's going through your hands. It can be absolutely exhausting because it's so mentally fatiguing.
Yeah, exactly. I think these conditions, rolling late into the night, these guys won't have just started, driving at the start of the race either. Most of them would have been qualifying as well. They probably practiced before qualifying. So it's not just the 9 hours that they put in. It's probably the 14 or 15 hours since they woke up this morning that they've cracked into the sim to try and do that last bit of practice. So, they're already, 12 hours into their own driving, although we're only 9 hours into the race. So it's demanding. It's really physically demanding, depending on what your screen size is, what you can see. Maybe you have to look into the mirror a bit more to judge what's happening around you. If you're pack racing, that takes energy as well, because you're worried about not hitting anyone, not getting hit from behind. All these guys are driving at a really high level, but mistakes still happen, and you still have to pay attention to all the cars around you, and that does take it out of you.
Now, we had this question a little bit earlier in the race, in that very first stint. Andrew McEwen asked me what I found more difficult, more stressful. Was it wet or dry? I'm a little bit more comfortable in the wet, driving in an endurance race. I don't actually find it, at least in sim racing, as exhausting. I'm sure I would in real life, but in sim racing, as exhausting as driving in the dry, because I don't know, you kind of drive at 97, 98%. So you're not always completely on the limit, because you've got to drive well within yourself, expecting the conditions to change every corner. So it's a bit, in a sense, slightly more comfortable, if not just a bit more nerve-wracking. What do you find, like from your experience from real world to sim as well? Which one's more stressful to drive in, wet or dry?
Yeah, well, naturally for you, you're doing the same times in the dry as in the wet. So, the wet,
yeah,
you're doing the same speed as everyone else. It makes you feel a bit more comfortable. I was fortunate enough that when I did Spa 24-hour with the Joda guys in the World Cup, I got both. I got dry stints, wet stints, and slicks in the wet. So I got the full how you going, and managed to mostly survive that, and it's all quite tough. I enjoy driving in the wet, and I think, that's a strong move there up the inside, and he's got the job done. And I think he's going to have to pull up the hill to make sure the Lambo doesn't fight it, but they do all the way through. So, fighting for every little position still, with 14 hours to go is bloody awesome to see.
Did you not have a couple of issues at Spa? I distinctly remember messaging you, ridiculing you of something.
I'm sure the car was backwards, but it most certainly wasn't when I was driving, at least from what I recall.
I'm getting word in my ear that Nick binned it.
Absolutely. Be rude not to.
I see. You're going for the what was it that you kept calling it? Billy of the Race Award or something like that, where you missed the apex? The most out of everyone. The more you miss it, the better. The more coverage you get for the sponsors. Like, that's what I'm here for. I see. Oh, so you're trying to get the sneaky replay every now and then from Mike Yao just to jump to, because you've been backwards in the gravel trap, because at least it's some sponsor time. Exactly. That's really smart.
Looking after really the team.
Smart. No, not so much the car, but that's an interesting way to gain sponsorship. But I'll allow you to continue off in that one. Either way, our focus at the moment with Franco Pignoni and Paulus all in this battle. The 720's been a bit further up the grid. I think it was battling up inside the top 5 was the Carbon Sim Sport car a bit earlier on in the race, but they've dropped down a little bit. Still have regained a little bit of pace in that car as they run around in 11th. Whilst this battle has been quite close, it's kind of one of those interesting ones where it's 3 different cars battling it out. Not much has been able to happen in this battle, courtesy of it being quite a difficult track to go racing at, and them all running around at basically the same speed. So then you have to ask the question, how do you get past? Is it only on strategy, or do you have to kind of wait for a little bit of traffic to get involved?
Yeah, exactly. You could see the 1, 2, 3 there was, eyeing up that move, and it was only when the Lambo slid a little bit wide he was able to stick his nose in and get the job done. It's clear that they have pace underneath them, but it needs to be quite a big pace advantage to be able to make that move stick. You can see how quickly they've closed onto the back of the Rutronic Audi. So that's what you've got to work for, and there's no point pushing to make that move happen when you've got 14 hours. So they played their cards absolutely perfect there. Had the speed, waited for the mistake to happen, stuck the nose in, got the job done, and now you've got to move on to the next car. Obviously, the faster you go, the easier that move should be. But when everybody's at this high-end level running at the same pace, then you've just got to make it work and keep the pressure, keep piling the pressure on, wait for the mistake, and then take your opportunity when it comes.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things as well that lights make a large amount of difference, of course, in this. And what I mean by that is the lights in your mirrors, where a fair few times in sim racing where you've done, like, I've done 24-hour racing in a multitude of simulators, and the way that light at night time affects you is obviously, in sim racing it's not the same as it is in real life, because the glare can be quite painful or whatever. In real life you've got to be kind of focused on what you're doing. It can be very, very distracting in real life, as long as you're like me and just focused on trying to look at everything rather than being like, oh, I should probably focus on what I'm doing. In sim racing you don't necessarily have that quite as much, because especially if you're racing on a single screen, your focus is only really what's ahead, so those can be flashing behind. It's not really too much of a deal, especially elsewhere in sim racing. However, with, I'm not going to go too far into it, but with the lighting model and stuff in ACC running on Unreal Engine 4, the lighting's a bit closer to where it would be in its real life as a parallel, which I would assume that probably in this, doing a 24-hour race, a car sat behind you can be quite distracting when you're trying to just run your own rhythm.
Particularly when you're running through the dark side of the track, when it's all you can see is that's a big wide through the arena there, and that's the opportunity where the 1, 2, 3's got to be stuck in as close as it can be and make the best of that opportunity. And so they're the little mistakes. They don't happen very often, but when they do, you need to be there to capitalize them. It's worth pointing out that actually that JS in the 157 Audi, Jordan Sherritt, is banging in 201s currently in his stint, so he's only 12 laps into the stint, so he hasn't not a light tank of fuel, so that's also some really impressive lap times from the car that's currently sitting in P4.
There's a lot of cars that I would like to see do very, very well in this race. I think the number 14 is owed a good result, especially after the SRO Esports 24 Hours of Spa, where they lost out in the worst possible ways, to be honest. I mean, obviously there's one a little bit further down, being the 211 that here in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, they lost out at our 24 Hours of Spa in the worst possible way, leading until the final moments, but with only, was it 15-20 minutes to go in the race, they had a disconnection. That was horrible to see. But when you're coming into the final round, it's all about those final storylines, and there's a lot of drivers and teams that I would like to see win, just to kind of finish on that high. And whilst Unicorns of Love are up there, of course Yaz Heat are up there, absolutely. But I'll say the 157, our series champions of last season, whilst they have at sometimes been their own worst enemy, they have been dished a fairly harsh time in the 2021 VCO SimGrid VCO World Cup. They've not had the best season, and it's certainly not something that's related to their talent. They're an incredible team. I would really like to see them end this season on a high, at least with a podium, because they're a team that definitely deserve that kind of success when they're a team of that quality.
Yeah, exactly. That's unfortunately the swings and roundabouts of motorsport. So, you can have the best driver lineups in the world and the fastest car, but sometimes it just doesn't really go your way for various reasons. And especially in the sim world, when you add, connection problems and everything that can happen, there's so much more risk and unluckiness, I guess, that rolls in the race with you. So yeah, really impressive. I think there's some teams that are very much owed a good result, and we'll sort of highlight that as we get deeper into the race. As it starts to prove, and you can really start to see those drivers shine as well, and in some of the pace that they're doing. So the 14 car out front just absolutely stretching Honzik at the moment, and by no means is Honzik slow. He's putting in some of the best laps of the top six, you know what I mean? So it just shows where the 14's at. The Stapler, banging in low twos, high ones at the moment, is unreal speed as we see him on screen at the moment. I think he's only about 1 second or 8/10 back from the car in front. So, a little bit of lap traffic there in the middle, which is going to make that job a little bit tougher, but I expect him to roll into that 6th position if he can get the job or make that pass happen.
Yeah, you've got the Side Max Motorworks car here. This is the 211, which is not for position. Kondacoglu's driving that one and is sort of in a little world of his own. The next car ahead of that white and blue Aston Martin, that is Tarek Gamel, who Robbie Stapleford is targeting right now. Just ahead of that, you've got the #1 PPRE sports car that is presently being driven by Cody Pride, who's trying to battle it out. I do believe that is Gietvin. Just ahead certainly is Gietvin, who's driving the Racing Line Motorsports car. So just trying to get past a little bit of lap traffic here is the Stapler, because he knows that he can pick up a position here. It is on the cards right now, especially whilst Tarek Gamel is stuck just a little bit in traffic. That's definitely more focused on itself, because Cody Pride is quite close to going for a move now and making a position up, which I'm sure Tarek Gamel's thinking, please don't go side by side here. Cody Pride gets out of the way, so he allows Gietvin to hold on to that position. Robbie Stapleford's just trying to pass Kondacoglu now, and there's still no way to pass it. And if Tarek Gamel can get past Gietvin and can get away a little bit, then all that hard work that Robbie Stapleford's done to close up to this, whilst it's obviously not completely ended, because he's still gained a good few seconds down, he's probably going to lose a couple trying to clear these last little bits of traffic, unless he can get past Kondacoglu quite soon. And the answer to that question is still no, as Tarek Gamel runs a little bit wide at T1. The pressure's on both Gamel and Stapleford, because they're feeling it. They're battling around people who have no stake in this fight, and there was a bit of a moment from Tarek Gamel that Kondacoglu had to back out of, and now Robbie Stapleford just trying to get past that lap traffic, dives down the inside and still isn't able to pass the 211. On the exit of the arena section though, the 211 backs out of it, allows him to pass, allows Cody Pride as well to come through for good measure, but now Stapleford has the next car ahead of him, being Gamel.
Yeah, naturally, 211 jumps out of the way. They're finally at the end, but you can see it from their point of view as well. They came into this, with the opportunity to also win the championship, and they've got the next car in front of them, just in front of Gamel here, so they don't want to give up too much time. They want to fight for that extra position. But yeah, 5 car really struggling. The Stapler looks like he's going to get the job done within the next lap or so.
Speaking of struggling in wet weather, whilst we're focused on Tarek Gamel, I don't really like throwing Yaroslav Honzik under the bus, but Jardier is struggling a little bit right now, because he's dropped 10 seconds of that gap that James Baldwin closed down massively to Tobias Gronewold. Unicorns of Love, like I said, they were struggling with the pressures and stuff, and a little bit of traffic as well, so they decided to pull Jan-Marcel Dietrich into the pit lane, switch him out for Tobias Gronewold, who we know is an incredible talent on ACC, and that gap has started to go out once again. So the Unicorns of Love skyrocketing once more at the lead of this field, as 10 hours complete is approaching. We're riding on board with Robbie Stapleford through the NGK chicane, and Tarek Gamel struggles in wet weather. Like you say, this does seem to be a bit of an inevitability that the Stapler will make this position up at some point in the near future. Although the drive off that final corner, it's the thing with the Aston Martin, it's not slow in a straight line. It does manage to pull a decent gap, but once you start getting deep into the corners, it's all about confidence, and Stapleford is feeling very confident right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Robbie started in the split two car, and he's been elevated to split 1. So you can see why. He's obviously keeping the car on the island, but not just that. He's extracting amazing amounts of pace at the moment. So look for this move to probably be done at the end of the first sector here, or potentially into the second sector. The third sector would obviously highlight the Aston straight line speed. So McLaren's obviously quite strong in the wet. It looks like he's gone for half a move there, which is quite tight. The gap closed. Camel shut that down pretty quickly.
The thing is, right now, for Stapleford to make this move, it needs to be as near as makes no difference, a no-risk pass. It's all about trying to make Tarek Gamel make a mistake whilst his confidence isn't that high. But Gamel's plenty experienced that he's probably not likely to make that mistake. So it's kind of, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place right now, is Robbie Stapleford. He shouldn't worry too much about the cars behind. Cody Pride is the car directly behind in that PPRE sports car. He was a little bit irritated at me, I think, was Cody Pride when I was criticising the latest livery of the PPRE sports car. So I like coming to the VCO SimGrid World Cup, where we get the black and gold PPR esports car back that we don't see elsewhere in the sim racing stratosphere. So I'm glad to see it. I'm a big fan of this livery, and I'm sure we had, there was a little bit of a vote, if I remember correctly, in the SO esports stuff, where we were voting on which livery was better, and I think most people did say that this one was, because it can't see it too much at night time, but it does look absolutely phenomenal.
Can't see anything at night time, unfortunately.
No, absolutely not.
You can see they got some pace in that one car, but obviously, naturally, being a few laps down, you don't want to get too involved in what's happening in this battle. But you can see if he could jump in front of these cars, he'd start to drive away. The stable are just starting to fall off the back of Gamble a bit. So naturally, as he's closed up into the back, he's losing his own flow in the race, and now he's driving at the same pace as the car in front. So that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier. As a driver, you want to be, controlling the race, doing what you putting the car where you want to put it, using the speed that you can use. So you can see through this section where the McLaren is clearly faster, he's getting stuck in behind the back of the Aston and can't really make any headway. So the Aston just drives around the straight, he closes up under brakes, but he can't roll that speed because the car's there in front of him. So that's the thing, he has a pace advantage, but it's not a massive one where he can just drive around the car in front of him. So again, have to wait for a mistake, which may not come. So you're stuck there until you can either force that move, take a big gamble, or wait for a very, very inevitable small mistake to kind of jam the car in and get a move done. You see how close he is at the moment. Sector 2 and Sector 1 for this car, super strong.
Now, when you come to a young driver like Robbie Stapleford, who's learning his way through sim racing, learning his craft a bit by bit, dealing with quite a stressful situation where you've got to think about how annoying this will be, because you know that Robbie Stapleford sat there and he knows how much more pace is in that car, and he sat there looking at the rear end of Tarek Gamel thinking, if I can get by you, I can drop you very easily right now. That's got to be quite stressful, especially when you've got the weight of your team on your shoulders. You said that Robbie Stapleford was promoted from the Split 2 number 23 Rocket Sports car, as he makes a little bit of a mistake there himself through the chicane. I think Cody Pride's also got through. So there's a little bit of the frustration coming through. What advice would you give to Robbie Stapleford right now, dealing with that stressful situation of just not being able to find a way past Tarek Gamel and also just making that mistake?
Yeah, naturally, again, you can see how easy the mistake is. Looks like the Porsche might give that position up because he knows he's sort of out of this battle, and you'll see the Stapler just close right up here as he rolls the speed in the first half of the lap where the McLaren's strong. The tough thing is you try and carve a bit of the edge or roughness out of a guy that's got a lot of speed, you can tend to cut away a bit of the speed. So it's more about the experience rather than actually teaching him anything, letting them make the mistakes. So then, like a small mistake, trying to learn what you can from that to not turn in too early, not focus on the car in front too much, not get frustrated. You can only learn through having that experience. If you try and force him to drive a bit easier or force him to kind of focus more on the big picture, you'll just smoothen the roughness off the raw speed that somebody like Robbie has at such a young age. You kind of want to harness that and just let him fly and let him make mistakes, and know that in another 12 months time, this is the guy that's going to lead the team going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, the rain intensity that we've got, we'll go back to this in just a second. There's a little bit of a slip and slide from the Stapler just over the Schumacher S. The rain intensity that we've got has basically been this way for 4 hours now. It has remained at this level of rain for a long time, as Pignone is looking down the inside of Paulus, who's just made that mistake, run a little bit wide at T1, open the door for the Audi to come through over Electronic E-Racing, but there is no way to pass the Carbon Sim Sports McLaren. And looking backwards as well, you've got to worry about Andre Franca in the FFS Racing Aston Martin. McLaren versus Audi versus Aston, all battling it out just outside of the top 10 as well. But this rain intensity, it's supposed to drop down bit by bit, so hopefully we will see the rain disappear, because I do like myself a little bit of a transition period. We do like to see just the craziness that happens with that was a little bit of a look and a potential dive, but no way for Patrick Pignone to do that one. As we'll look now at Split 2, which you can see is bone dry with rain coming in. It's kind of one of those things where I would wonder, with kind of you're racing quite a bit quicker than the car ahead. You close up, sometimes that you get there and then you start running around at their speed. Is there benefit in backing off and then attacking again?
Absolutely, but when we look at where Robbie is at the moment, where he's stuck, he needs to try and stay as close as he can to the car in front in the final sector where the Aston's strong, so that he can try and make that move in the first half of the lap. If you back off too much, you have to work too hard or overstress the tyre, particularly in the dry, to drive up onto the car in front of you. So it takes a little bit. You'll see a bit of seesawing and yo-yoing, especially maybe as the rain decreases, maybe the track comes back to Gamel, as we see split 2 here. It's currently dry at the moment, and you can see how much more action's happening here when the cars are in the dry and everyone's much more on the limit.
Yeah, it's the way the weather's going in this, it was looking like it was going to jump straight to full wet weather conditions here in split 2. However, it's looking like it is going to go for a light rain into wet rain, but it does look like it's going to be a fairly fast transition, which when our championship leaders in split 2 are leading the race for Gardi Racing, they're going to feel the pressure quite a bit, but they do have their nearest rivals directly behind. They outscored them on the first haul of points at the 6-hour mark, so they're still in good position as well. And that tight fight, I think they're looking pretty good for it. As once again, the stapler is mounting that curb a little bit at the second part of the NGK chicane. At that point, if I was him, if I was his team, I'd be just telling him, look, just rein it in just a little bit through that second part of the chicane. The only thing that you're going to do if you nail it is you're going to make a dive down the inside at the final corner, which is a risky move to make. So focus on building the speed at a different point. Or again, as Tarek Gamil, nearly just cleared the Racing Line Motorsport Bentley straight off the road. That would have been a perfect opportunity for the stapler to pass.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it probably looks a lot more exaggerative in that final sector. The McLaren being such a stiff, short wheelbase car probably doesn't ride that curve as well as what some of the bigger cars do, as you see the Bentley come into play now. So again, this is another opportunity for the stapler to just kind of keep the pressure on, maybe force Gamel to kind of dive in, make a move that maybe he wouldn't risk on the Bentley, and so maybe force the door open a little bit for the stapler to roll through. But this is an awesome race with 14 hours to go for sixth place. Sorry.
Yeah, it is very, very interesting to see how it is going to unfold over at least the next sort of 45 minutes to an hour or so, at least until the next pit stop, and potentially even afterwards. We'll have to wait and see, because at least through the pit lane sequence, that's like your best opportunity to try and jump the car, either by pitting a lap earlier or trying to get them to pit a lap earlier or something. We're about 15 laps away from the next pit lane sequence. There's still plenty of time, as the yellow flags briefly came out there at some point around the racetrack. I will say the gap that was being bled from the Yazid Pirelli car there of Yaroslav Honzik has sort of ceased to drop to such a degree. I think it's still around about 25.5 seconds, so he's figured his pace as Jardier, and I think got back into the rhythm of the wet Nürburgring. Now that I think Tarek Gamel there was a little bit slow, as Gietvin is right in the way, as we'll ride on board with Tarek Gamel. You can see in the mirror as well, there is the Rocket Sim Sports car of Robbie Stapleford. Lights are flashing on Tarek Gamel. He is not impressed one bit that Gietvin is sitting right in his way. But again, the rule is that you don't have to let them pass, as there is the dive down the inside. He has made that track position up regardless. They don't have to let them go. It's more just they're not really allowed to fight. And I think Gietvin was a little bit fighty into the final corner, but either way, that seemed all well and good. And finally, Gietvin hopped out of the way, and now Tarek Gamel's got a bit of clean air ahead, but not behind.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in the end, these back markers are trying to race as well and not lose too much time. So, there wasn't really a move there from Gamel when he finally did make one. The Bentley rolled off the line, let both the lead cars have the position, and now he floats in behind. So we'll see this battle intensify a little bit, because now Gamel will be able to stretch his legs a little bit more, push where he feels he can push, and so that'll put these cars a bit more on the limit, and we'll see the kind of action intensify over the next few laps here.
Yeah. I mean, I think some people that I've raced with will know that I'm not really a fan of coming across cars that are going a lap down, because when they get in the way, I'm like, I'm battling for something here, get out of my way. Thankfully, for most people, I'm the one going a lap down most of the time, but still,
I was going to say, surely.
Yeah, no, I'm getting ahead of it. I am getting ahead of it. I was going to start with I hate blue flags, but then I knew that you were going to point out the fact that I probably see them a lot or something. I was ready for it. I'm ahead of you, mate. As we'll look backwards from some more interesting camera angles for the Williams eSports car, you can see the ominous red glow of the rear lights here on the Williams eSports car. And you can see that how close Robbie Stapleford will get running through the chicane. Let's see if Stapleford absolutely throws it in. He's been clipping this second curb quite a bit. That is a lot better from the Stapler, and he is going to be very close on that run into T1.
Worth pointing out at the moment, towards the top end of the field, the lap times have really started to drop, so it could be an indication that the track is very slowly drying, but also worth pointing out that Honzik sort of found his speed, so it could be related to how much fuel is in the tank, as we see Robbie think about a move there. So yeah, as we've seen some fuel burn in the 149 in the Yas Heat car, the Jadia's speed has really come down, so that gap stabilized at the front too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, like I said, I think Honzik's just kind of finding his feet a little bit. It took him a little bit of time to gather it, which then you would classify as the net gain, being for the 149 as being around about 20 seconds that James Baldwin put in. There's a little bit of a mistake there from Tarek Gamil, looking down the inside, coming down towards Valvoline. This is looking like it's the best position for Robbie Stapleford to dive it down. Tarek Gamil was turning back in a little bit, and finally the Rocket Sim Sports car of Robbie Stapleford is ahead of Tarek Gamil. It took a very long time for that move to happen. It was a mistake out of the Mercedes Arena section, and the Aston Martin drops down to 7th. The McLaren is up to 6th.
Yeah, exactly. Gamel, I think he tried to hang tough there on the outside, knew that he was going to run out of room, tried to turn it in early, but the Staple had already jammed the McLaren right in there. So, you know, that's a move, strong move, and he's made that stick. It'd be interesting to see how much he can run away now, whether that lap time will start to fall. So floating around the high 202s stuck behind the number 5 Aston. So interesting to see if he can build back down into the low 201s. We've just seen the 14 car bang in one of the fastest laps we've seen over the last couple of hours with the 201.2, which is a phenomenal lap time.
Yeah, that is absolutely superb as that gap returns to growing a little bit as Tobias Gronewold lights up the timesheets. We'll be keeping our eye on that pace very, very closely indeed. And this three-way fight is continuing as Retronic E-Racing running a little bit wide, nearly opened the door there for Andre Franke. Just behind it's the Greeksy Vlaki squad, I do believe, that is just sat there down in 25th position. So a car a lap down. It is Chardakis behind the wheel. A lap down on this group, but again, still can realistically, well within the law of the series, get past and carry on into the sunset should they see fit and do it safely. But that battle between Paolo Spignoni and Andre Frank, they've been sat as this trio in this order for quite a long time indeed. And now that they're battling, Tushkovic, that Bentley has joined the rear end of this train, is obviously going to try and get past, but I get the feeling he's going to lose quite a bit of lap time here.
Exactly. So these guys are actually running quite fast. The 1, 2, 3 car we've seen, he's got a bit of a run here. Let's see if he can try and make a move, but they've run a bit of contact and the 33 goes round. So not sure what happened there. We'll have to get a good replay of that one to see what happened on the run up to the S's, but that's a tough break there as they have a second spin trying to get going. That's a blunder that he won't love.
Yeah, right. That is a proper blunder. I mean, it's very easy to do when you kind of think of how little grit will be out there. There's a lot of wet weather that's not been cleared, the standing water that's on the runoff points, and we definitely need to take another look and see as to what happened there. We'll roll back to a battle between two Astons, though, the 191 and the 211. Saklari with Kundachioglu. Remember, Saklari here in the SO Esports 6 hours had an absolutely fantastic stint. I think was spun out down at turn 1, if I remember correctly. They marched back forwards. They ended up winning the race, of course, but Saklari, if I remember correctly, it was a long time ago, was one of the key factors over the sort of mixed part of the race to drag back some of that advantage. It took a bit of a gamble on strategy. They're running down to 17th. They've not had a great day, but still, realistically, we might well see something special from the 191 later on. They are normally a team that march forward. Although from that position, it's probably going to be a bit of hard work as we refocus on the 157. Jordan Sherritt behind the wheel, and Jordan Sherritt, I think, is going to this car's had a lot of pace, but whilst they're driving around by themselves, they are setting great lap times, a 2:01.3 faster than anyone else as far as I can see on the racetrack, a couple of tenths faster than even our race leaders. But they've kind of been setting these lap times a little bit under the radar, whilst they've just been, just kind of rolling around their own speed.
Yeah, JS there, as we've seen the battle here re-emerge, and the staplers dropped that position, so interesting to see how that position worked. But touching back on the 157, they haven't been in a battle, but they've been running by themselves mostly as they roll through Sector 3 at the moment. But Jordan's stint pace, to be honest, has been the best we've seen so far in the last couple of hours, so even higher than Baldwin's. So really got a lot of pace in that car, and the gaps coming down massively increase or decrease that gap to the lead over the last two stints. So they keep up this pace, they put themselves back in the fight. They're only 90 seconds behind the leader and dropping, and keeping themselves on that lead lap gives them an opportunity, as we see a bit of a moment there from Gamble, but this fight is far from over.
Yeah, it's absolutely back on here, and whilst Jordan Sheraton, that 157 is closing, whilst the track's drying here, it may well switch over at some point to a dry racetrack, at which point they can take a gamble, maybe take slicks a bit earlier than everyone else, and they can gain back an awful lot of that time. Someone that's not getting any drier, in fact very much the opposite, is Split 2, where the rain is apparently coming down. We'll take a very quick look at the wet weather, and you can see it there. The number 16, that is one of the cars that's battling for the championship, the XL Racing by Ren Welton, has come straight in the pit lane. I don't know if that's to come straight out onto wet tyres. Not sure what the strategy is for everyone at the moment, but either way, the rain is coming down, and you can tell at the top right hand side of your screen here in Split 2 that the rain is going to be getting heavier and heavier and heavier, and this will be a little bit stressful for the number 71, the Gardi racing car, which is leading the championship, not by the most enormous margin, but still they are leading the championship a little bit comfortably. They're going to be feeling the pressure now as the rain comes in, because it's that uncertainty, isn't it, that just kind of opens the door for something major. As whilst we're watching this, look at this dive from the 166. There's no grip on the inside though, and the 42 might well be able to cut back underneath. But no, the Mercedes is well going to gain that position with a bit of a hip check as well. A little bit naughty there. But yeah, for your championship leaders, you don't really want to be dealing with this. You just wanted a nice, clean, dry run to the checkered flag and hoping to secure that race victory. Now all of your rivals behind are coming in to potentially take some wets.
Yeah, it's some good hard racing there coming out of turn one. So it's a tough position to be in, because that the track's just gone from optimal on slick tyres to all of a sudden greasy, and there's more rain incoming. So do you dive in now and make that pit stop change, knowing that whatever tyre pressures you set are probably going to be wrong in the next 15 minutes, or do you try and survive to another 5 minutes to be in a bit more optimal positions? We see this is the incident that happened. So 1, 2, 3 will slide up the outside here. 33 cross on baking, and looks like that one might be a bit self-inflicted. So that's a bit of a bummer, because he still had track position going on the inside, so there wasn't a need to squeeze so much.
Yeah, we see this. I mean, I've been doing a little bit of commentating around the Monza circuit, which, by the way, a little bit, every series that I've been commentating on recently has been going to the Autodromo Internazionale. I did Monza. And coming up into Roger, this is something that we've seen in motorsport an awful lot, where coming up into the Roger, the second chicane, cars will come across and squeeze that car on the outside, even though yes, it's a bit more necessary there, but where you're not giving them enough room, and that is exactly what we've seen there. Now in the dry, you might be able to squeeze them over that much, because realistically you could use that AstroTurf that's on the right to get a better angle in. I mean, we've seen that in sim racing. Not sure how it is in ACC. I've seen that before elsewhere in sim racing. You can use that little bit of AstroTurf. It's fairly commonplace to use it to turn in. Whereas in the wet, you can't touch that. It's like you'll go straight on. So there was no. I'm with you. There was no real need for the Retronic e-racing car to squeeze that much at that point, and so they've kind of just done it to themselves, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a tough break. I mean, he had the inside there. It's really easy to kind of, when you're so focused on what's happening, to just open the wheel and turn in, especially if you know you've got the track position and you're just trying to maximize the next corner. You can, tend to just move that wheel a little bit too far to the right. You could have been, 1 inch, 2 inches too much, and the end result's a bit tough. Fortunately for those guys, they didn't lose a lot of positions on track, but the time is going to be hard to find. 10 seconds is hard to come by in a 24-hour race when everyone's pushing to the absolute limit.
You can sort of find it from the, especially like when we're looking at a race where there's potentially going to be some transitions in weather. That's where you can find your 10 seconds or more. But you've got to take a gamble. And when you take a gamble like that, you're risking gaining the 10, 15, 20 seconds versus losing minutes. Those are the gambles you have to take when it's like that. And so realistically speaking, those that don't take gambles through the race end up finishing somewhere inside the top 10 just by not taking any major risk, but by just being on the right tyre at the right time. And so in that sense, if you've lost 10 seconds, you can get it back. You just need to be very bold.
Exactly. So depends what you're trying to achieve in the race and where you feel like you're in race position. When you're sitting in P13, there's another 3 cars in front of you within 20 seconds. You don't want to risk too much. Let everybody else risk, stay on the right strategy. That'll come back to you. You don't have to force that 10 seconds, especially not at this point in the race as this battle heats up a little bit more. And I think we're also probably 2 or 3 laps, maybe 2 laps away from seeing the leaders pit too.
Yeah, we can check out the numbers on all of that and see when they're destined to re-enter the pit lane. Of course, remember that the 14 will be stopping a little bit earlier. They're stopping in about 7 minutes' time, roughly, because obviously they pitted a bit earlier than the 149 to cover off. They're now about 10 minutes off of sequence, so once they've come in, count another 10 minutes, and then we'll see the 149 enter the pit lane. Are we approaching the point, though, of brake changes again? We were reminded at the start of the race that the Aston Martins, they're potentially looking to do 2 brake changes across this race. Now, we're not far off the halfway point of the race, as looking very, very close there was the stapler to going around the outside, which is not normally a good move down at Dunlop, but is so close to passing the Williams eSports car. Seems as though all of the other Astons, though, are all right with doing just a single brake change at some point a bit later in this race. Meanwhile, when you compare that to the likes of, it was a little bit wide there, and maybe Robbie Staplewood's going to be able to get through. The only other one was the 111, which obviously did the first brake change. They'll be doing a second one later on. Everyone else is aiming probably just for one, as now Stapleford with that cutback out of Varstina, looking down the inside. Had to mount the curb a little bit there as Tarek Gamel wasn't really given the most amount of room through Van Bogen. There wasn't really an overlap for the McLaren 720 behind. A little bit close though with Saklari. I think that might well be just on the rear end of Robbie Stapleford, with Kundachi as well close. Though we've got 2 different battles here. We've got the battle for 6th place, and we've got the battle a little bit further down for 17th position, all occupying the same point in the racetrack, and that is what makes endurance racing like this as good as it is.
Tough. That was a big squeeze from the William eSports. That's a big send on someone who's 10 positions further up the road than you, but bold, and if he feels like he's got the pace to get it done, then got to make that move and get on with it. So Robbie will be kicking himself that he let the Williams eSport car back through.
Yeah, that was very interesting indeed. Now that he's got Saklari directly ahead, like you say, he's going to be hoping that Saklari makes a move, at least for track position, on Tarek Gamel, because right now, that is exactly what Saklari wanted to do, by the way, is put a car between himself and Kundachi, because now that there is that, the dynamic of this battle becomes a little bit more tricky, because you're just trying not to trip over everyone else. Rather than actually the person ahead of you for position. That's not the case right now. And so things become a bit more grey in this battle as to the do's and don'ts and the risks you take. So, I mean, Robbie Stapleford was very much aware as to what was happening down in T1, was observant as to the move behind from Saklari. I just don't think he was particularly happy about it. I don't think I would be either.
Yeah, exactly. Lap car, trying to unlap themselves when you're in the middle of your own battle, it's going to be surely frustrating. But naturally, as I said, Robbie had that position on the Aston, much earlier, and he's somewhere made a mistake and let that car slip by. So a bit self-inflicted. Now he's got to work hard. That 191's clearly got a bit of pace at the moment. So if they can sneak through, maybe he can follow them through on the move. It looks like as they head through the final sector here, it'll be a very similar move on the 5 car as what Robbie got dished up. That's bloody tight racing. I think look for turn 1 here. Big send from the Aston.
Yeah, we'll see if Kevin Zaklari can dive it down the inside here and just try and get himself ahead of the Williams Esports car, who was close to doing it into the final corner. There is a dive down the inside. Tarek Gamel's not really going to fight it that hard. And this is all for track position, not race position. So it's just about Zaklari getting ahead and trying to pull away from Kundachioglu, the 4th car in shot. They're going to roll it side by side, and Robbie Stapleford's now rubbing his hands with joy, thinking, okay, that's it. This could open the door for me to pass as well. As on the exit of the Mercedes Arena section, I think Tarek Gamel might be a little bit slow off the corner, and there's Robbie Stapleford. Is this his opportunity? He's got to get to the outside. He's not being given any room, though, by Tarek Gamel, as he's trying to fire it around the outside of Valvoline. It's not normally one that would work on that run down the hill, although we did see it a little bit earlier in the race between one of the Porsches making it stick around the outside. I think it was the PPR Esports car. That was a little bit dicey, but now Tarek Gamel it has allowed Zaklari to pass. Robbie Stapleford has him to focus on. It was nearly cleared off the road by Kundachioglu. I think it was a little bit naughty from Tarek Gamel on the straight down towards Valvoline, but they're racing hard.
I think he was just feeding him the back wheel that the Stapler gave him on his first pass. So good hard racing as we see. A bit of contact there. And that's the number 9 car going round, I think. That's a bit of a blunder there. We'll try and get a replay of that to see how that happened.
Yeah, that was the Grip Hacks Engineering on the rear end of the Renwelton Pro team. Pretty much, at least as far as we could see, just a pretty big boff on the rear end of that Lamborghini, and unfortunately Michael was just spun around on the spot by Savaline, and I'm pretty sure race control will give that one a nice cheeky slam dunk drive through penalty, depending on what's happened. A little bit wide there once again from Tarek Gamel, and maybe looking to the inside into the final corner. Robbie Stapleford is there or thereabouts, potentially in the driving seat to make a move, but out of that final corner, boom, in the straight line, that should be the number 5 hanging on, but not really pulling out a major gap. Hearing in our ear as well, at the 38 is retired. We'll return to that one in just a second, as Tarek Gamel just able to sort of hold a decent gap at the moment and not allowing Robbie Stapleford to pass. He was aware of that mistake that he made, is Tarek Gamel, was on the exit of the arena section when he allowed Robbie Stapleford to pass the first time. I think he'll be very aware of it this time as he runs a little bit wide going into the final part of the Mercedes arena section.
This is the combination of the two. As you see Robbie go around the outside, he'll try and make this one stick. He's got a much bigger overlap than he did the previous time, and he's got it done. So that's the drive that the McLaren has. Clearly Gamel's struggling a little bit on drive out of the corner. You see how easy the Aston could pass it when it's got the same straight line speed, and so that's just the differences between the cars, where Robbie can't get that drive in the straight line to get past it, and can't sort of utilize where he's got a little bit more grip. He's got to wait for that mistake, or wait to put the car side by side and use that drive when he's actually got track position. So this is really textbook move from Robbie, as we see the accident here, or the incident between the number 11 and the number 9.
This isn't a textbook move. Yeah,
that's .exe were turned off for that one.
Yeah, certainly so. Maybe they need to pass them over to the Renwelton team if they're going to drive like that. Unfortunately for the Grip Hacks, I'm pretty sure that'll be as near as makes no difference a drive-through penalty, as Tobias Gronewold comes into the pit lane for Unicorns of Love again. About 10 minutes earlier, their strategy is now returning to the pit lane. Does mean that with it being 10 minutes, obviously if everyone stays out for the next sort of 10 minutes, they all pit with 13 and a half hours to go. For those panicking about the 12-hour point where we're going to dish out some more points in this race, it's not actually that bad. If they're all pitting at 13 and a half hours, of course 75 minutes from that point puts them 15 minutes prior to those points coming out. So Gronewold at this point, if everything is to remain as it is without any issues, Groenewold and that number 14 Unicorns of Love car should theoretically be leading at that point in the race. So we'll have to keep our eye on that as we'll take a look on replay as to how Robbie Stableford once again passed Tarek Gamma. It was actually the first time when there was a little bit, see, that is a bit too much of a squeeze in my book, but maybe didn't realise that Robbie Stableford was there and that was the big thing. And so the next time they went side by side, backed out of it just a little bit to allow Robbie Stableford to pass. Obviously, we saw the pop-up on the screen, the instant between the 777 being the Sim Racing Masterclass car. It was and the 164, one of the GTWR cars. That is a penalty for Romagnoli. There was also an incident between the 21 and 129, and the 129 receives a drive-through penalty. That is the Clash Racing car. That's a bit further down the order, and I did allude to the idea that the 38 has now retired from the race. That one is the Dolking Community car. So unfortunately for them, I know they've got a bit of a fan base. They were doing really, really well earlier on in the race. It does seem as though they are out of the race, which is always a shame because, you know, we always speak before of the endurance spirit in races like this. It's about just trying to get to the end of the race no matter what.
Yeah, exactly. You just got to fight on and try and crack, you know, try and battle through all the hardships that happen. Sometimes it's not worth it, though, if you got some damage that you can't fix or having connection issues. Exactly, in sim racing it happens. We've actually seen the 14 car pit about 2 or 3 minutes ago. So they're now second on the road, having completed that pit stop. Pretty standard stop, so it doesn't look like there was any brakes or anything there. So as the other cars cycle through, Honzik, once he cycles through in hopefully I think another 10 minutes or just under 10 minutes, we should see what that gap resumes back to.
Yeah, and that'll be the really important thing. It's not only that, but it's also to see who's taking over what car and whether the 149 will switch out Jaroslav Honzik for someone else. They've got plenty of talented drivers in that car, so we could well see the likes of Eamon Murphy jumping in. I think we've seen Eamon Murphy too much throughout this race, so might well see him jumping back in. Of course, George Booth, I think it is Eamon Murphy who's the fourth driver in that car. So there's still plenty of things that they can fire on strategy wise. It is Eamon Murphy, George Boothby, Jaroslav Honzik, and of course James Baldwin. So they've got a few shots in the car. I don't think they'd need to leave Jaroslav Honzik in the car again and again and again, but either way, just hearing a word, there's been a drive-through penalty applied to, in a absolute shocking turn of events, the number 11 Grip Packs Engineering car, which, let's be honest, Savalainen was probably owed that, and maybe even a little bit more from the little Lamborghini that it just spun around. I don't think anyone's going to be shocked by that one. Yeah,
you know, that one was inevitable rolling through, but good to see it pop up on the board. Race control all over it. So we've got a few that have popped up there. 129 as well. Just served their pit. They've appealed their drive-through. So we'll get a bit of information there as to what's happening. So
The way the appeal process works, by the way, just because obviously it's one of those kind of things that's been a bit of a mystery, not mystery, but it's in the rules and stuff throughout the season. It's just we don't really explain it because I didn't read into it. That's the main reason. It's because I'm really bad at my job. Samarero and Cody Pride are battling it out, and Pride will look to the inside. The way it works is across the season, across the entire season, you have 3 appeals. So you can appeal any incident. As long as people still have appealed regardless, based on just opinion. But if you want the appeal to actually work, you have to provide evidence that counters the penalty, or at least reduces it. And the way it works is that you put in your appeal, and if it's successful, if they see that there's new information that then will overturn the verdict, or I'm assuming, Michael in my ear, if it reduces the penalty, then you get, that is correct, that you get that appeal back. So even if it reduces it or if it removes it entirely, you get that appeal back that then you can use at some other point. If you put in the appeal and then it gets ignored because it's like, well, no, that is definitely a penalty, then you lose that appeal, and that's for the whole season. It's not per round, that's for the whole season. An example of that today is the 149 had a penalty, it appealed the penalty, it had it reduced and then thus that was against lap traffic. James Baldwin was behind the wheel and spun out the SG Stern car down at turn 1. They had it reduced, and so they had that appeal back, which then means that at some point they can appeal something a bit later on. It's all about providing new evidence for an incident, which, to be fair, I love the idea of an appeal system. I love the idea of live penalties, and I love the idea of a way of appealing it, but having a way of actually appealing it rather than, let's be honest, if you had it as just an unlimited amount, everyone would appeal every single incident, because of course they would. Why wouldn't they? But the way we've got it running, I think it's a fair system.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a fantastic rule, which is why earlier when you slated a car for a 5-second penalty and using an appeal, it's a tough one. They may have had 3 in their pocket, and that 5 seconds may be worth a lot to them with cars on track. So it's important there to sort of manage where your appeals are and what you're trying to fight for. And so if you've got 3 saved up for this last race, you go bang and use them all, and make sure that you try and come out the other end without any penalties, provided you're giving back the right information. Naturally, as a racer, you're going to want to fight everything. You don't want to lose any time on track, whether it's 5 seconds, 10 seconds, or a drive-through. Obviously, the clear-cut ones are clear-cut, but if it's a minor or what you feel is a racing incident, naturally you're going to want to battle it and fight it. So awesome system, and gets the teams involved, and obviously making sure that there's not too much bitterness and back end fighting behind the scenes.
And the only way we could have a system with an appeal structure like that is by having live stewarding and stuff. So an enormous thanks all season, and basically for everything that we do racing here in the sim grid, to the steward to tirelessly go through each race, picking out everything as it happens. They have an enormous amount of work thrown at them all of the time, and they do an incredible job to pick through it and dish out as fair and consistent penalties as they possibly can. And we've had a lot of assistance with that, because we've seen quite a bit of it, especially in the last round of the round before that at Donington, where we saw plenty of incidents on the first lap of the race. Took a good couple of hours to get through even the first few laps of racing, because there was so much that happened there in the VCO Sim Grid World Cup. The thing as well that we must remember is that there's plenty of other people that jump in the season. Of course, we've had Mike Yao doing the broadcasts all season. Got to give him a big thanks, and Michael Hamlet, who's been passing us information. Of course, with all of our sponsors as well, AK Informatica, Thrustmaster, VCO themselves, and of course Coach Dave Academy, where once again to remind you that you can go over onto the website. You've got the link in chat. Should be in chat now. Sorry, it wasn't there earlier. TSGXVCO20 to go and get 20% off data packs, off of coaching and stuff. You can even have this guy who's in the commentary booth with me coach you through a race circuit and find you a little bit extra time.
How to miss apexes. That's
how to miss apexes. Nice one. I've seen you. I think because of commentating in that other series that we've well, obviously you were driving in and I was talking about you. I do recall you being backwards quite a few times.
Naturally, it's my natural habitat,
How did you win multiple races in that championship, man?
Well, we had to actually swap our driver line up and move ourselves from that car, so we didn't win the championship. So, just unbelievable talent to win backwards. Is that because your teammate, who we will name drop, it's Shane Van Gisbergen, is that because he just couldn't stand teaming up with you? Well, I understand that. There's a combination of that, yes, and he realised that I'm the biggest anchor in the world and wanted to downgrade for a smaller one. It happens. I see. That's fair enough. Just like people get promoted from split 2 to split 1, people also get demoted to split 2, and I happen to be one of those people. You'd be on a one-way trip down. I mean, you've gone on a one-way trip so far down that you've joined me in the commentary booth. So exactly. Good on you, mate. split 1 to the booth with you. That's my sim racing career done and dusted. Much like yours. Oh no, mine was done a very long time ago. I did a race at the. I went to the Nurburgring in real life, of course. We did some sim racing there, and I was actually teammates with Jack Keithley that day, who obviously we caught up with a little bit earlier, and we did a 3-hour race around the Nordschleife on racing in the massive arena that is sort of behind the main sort of area. You got like a big arena. We were racing in there. Which I was overjoyed about. I was like, this is so cool. It's back in 2018. They were leading by quite a bit. I got in the car and might have spun a
a couple of times. We ended up getting third place, which I have the trophy just behind me of grabbing third. I'm very proud of it. But it was that point where I was like, nah, I can't do this racing stuff. I'll jump in the commentary booth and take over. Whilst I am waffling on about stuff that no one cares about, the SimWare.Pro car is in pit lane. I do believe, and we are being told this, that there has been a brake change in this car. Smolly has jumped back in, who had a fantastic opening stint to the race, but it does seem as though there might well have been a brake change on that car. The easiest way to pick that apart is to where they're going to be in comparison to the 111, their main rivals in that championship, approaching the halfway point of the race and the points structure going into it. Because the 111 did outscore the 41 on point at the 6 hour point of the race. They did finish in a position, or get a position higher at that point, to outscore their main championship rivals, and we'll see if that is going to happen again. But interesting, if they're going to do a brake change, it's just before the halfway point, which does kind of mean that they might well either take a risk and run the extra hour and a half, whatever, to the end of the race, or they're going to have to run a second brake change at some point late in the race.
Oh, exactly. So that's a really tough call they actually have to make at the moment. So what's happened there? They've made that change just before the 12-hour mark. So the 111 was actually ahead at the last points section. So naturally, if they don't take the brake change here, they should join back in front of the 41. So interesting that the 41 would do that just before the 12-hour mark. It'd be nicer to see them try and extend it and keep those extra points in the bag, from staying ahead. There's still an hour and a half to kind of, get it going, but obviously the track position gap was there. So that's an interesting one. Also, if you're looking to only do one brake change through the race, you want to try and get it done after the halfway mark, and especially when we consider, or we expect, to have some more dry running that's going to use brakes more, you want to do it as late in the race as you can. So while we're probably not using as much right now in the wet, we're going to use a lot more. So having an early stop now almost guarantees, if we go dry, you're going to need that second stop for brakes.
Here we go then, 111 releasing from pit lane. They are ahead of the 41. That, as near as makes no difference in my book, confirms that definitely the 41 changed the brake pads on the last stint. And I am 100% with you. If you're going to change the brake pads at any point, you want to do it after the halfway point for so many reasons. Number one, there's points at the halfway point of the race, so you don't want to have an extended pit stop close to that, because otherwise, you're going to lose out more on the actual standings, not just in the race and track position. And also because if you pass the halfway point of the race, then at least then that you can you've done more than halfway through the race. You could do the next half of the race. It's all ticked off. So that is confirmed. They need to do another change.
Yeah, spot on. So Smollier has an hour and a half here till that 12-hour mark. He's got fresh brakes, fresh tyres, and maybe some pace in himself to try and build that gap, or kind of reduce that gap to make those points count at the 12-hour mark. So don't count him out just yet, but definitely on the strategy side, it almost guarantees that they're going to have to take brakes again. But we also expect, as we heard from team manager, the 111 to take a second set of brake pads as well. So, this is going to be a tight battle all the way, for this championship. 10, 15 seconds between them at the moment. This one's going to come right down to the wire.
And of course, for the 111 now, that'll be a bit of a sigh of relief, thinking, oh, well, at least we're still going to be. They're not going to outscore them by very much. 4th or 5th is not that big on the point structure, but still, all the points add up. And if they do have an issue later on in the race, at least you have that to kind of think about. So, in a sense, they're glad that they're going to be ahead going into the halfway point of the race, and so they will outscore them even a small margin. They did outscore them by quite a big margin, if I remember correctly, at the halfway point of the race. The difference between those two positions at the interval is just a single point. It's 26 points for P4 versus 25 for P5. So for 41, this is absolutely fine. But at least the 111 is again maintaining progress. So at least there's that.
Yeah, exactly. And we need to keep an eye on their speed here. Obviously, the 14 has been unbelievably rapid, and their pace now, after a few laps of this stint, 10 laps in, or just shy of 10 laps into this stint, is already in the low ones. So we are seeing this track get a little bit faster, but these guys are being seriously impressive at the moment in the 14. But they have basically just put the 111 a lap down. So they're the first car effectively a lap down now on the road. So look for the 111 to try and stay within touching distance. It may not mean too much to their overall sort of championship hopes, because naturally they're fighting the 41. But the closer you can stay to the lead lap, should anything happen to the 14 through the back half of the race, they'll be the first to kind of capitalize on it.
Well, there has been a couple of driver changes as well. Gronewold's going for a double stint. We can see that behind the wheel of the car. Replaced Jan-Marcel Dietrich. So he'll be going for another hour in this race at least. And we know the speed from Gronewold. So we're running around quite nicely. Obviously, Jordan Sherritt has jumped out of the 157. Andre Kapoccia back in behind the 157. He did a double stint a little bit earlier in the race. It was a double stint from Jordan Sherritt, so he's done 2.5 hours back to back in that car. So he's done very, very well across that. And you said before, his pace was absolutely incredible over the run. They could technically have got, I think, based on, and this shows how fast Jordan Sherritt's been going, he could have just about got another lap in. Because when he came into the pit lane, his stint time was 1 hour, 12 minutes and 57 seconds. The lap times are about 2 minutes, 1 second. I wouldn't take that risk because it's a drive-through penalty, slam dunk if you extend past that. But from pit lane to pit lane, he could technically have got another lap on the board. No one else has been close. They've all been 20, 25 seconds outside of even getting into that sort of region of extending it another lap. Just shows how incredibly fast he has been going. Really, really impressive. Also, Jaroslav Honzik has jumped out of the 149 and Eamon Murphy is now behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think highly underrated to that stint because he was there by himself and we didn't get to see it. But if we compare it to Baldwin's stint that we were super impressed about and how he closed that gap, it's a good 30 seconds, nearly just shy of 30 seconds faster than that. So yeah, his pace was absolutely unbelievable. We'll keep an eye on that 157 to see if the next driver who's in can keep that pace up, because they took a good 30 seconds out of the lead. Their first car on a lead lap in P3, they're a strong challenger at the moment. So yeah, unbelievable job by JS there. That was an awesome stint.
Yeah, I mean, we can only base, obviously, because we can compare stint times from before. I can't compare direct lap times. I'm sure I could if I knew what button it was. But Kapoccia was in the car directly before Jordan Sherritt. So when we had that transition back into wet, and we know that Kapoccia's a pretty fast peddler himself, so jumped in behind the wheel instantly into the 201s, but is about 7/10 slower than Gronewold and Eamon Murphy ahead, who are both lapping around about the same lap time. So might not see that gap come down too much, but I think their goal at the moment will just be, let's just try and stay on the lead lap. We've still got about another 30 seconds for them to play with, for them staying on the lead lap, as the number 11's drive-through penalty has been reinstated. And so let's be honest, that is not really much of a shock, because they did just literally drive into the rear end of the Lamborghini that they spun out, being the Ren Welton car. So that one being reapplied, I think, shocks no one. So the 11 gets that penalty reinstated, and showing that the appeal system, whilst it's all well and good, you really do need to apply some evidence other than it wasn't that bad or they were dangerous.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Going back to Carpaccio, I mean, it's hard to compare stints, because obviously the natural evolution of the track. One thing we have to keep into account is that the 14 car is 9 laps, or at least sort of 6 laps there, 10 minutes deeper into their stint. So they've got 10 minutes worth of fuel burn, so expect them to be a little bit faster at this stage of the race, and the other cars should come down as that first bit of fuel burn comes through. So the 157, they're the last of the pit stop runners. They're effectively 1 or 2 laps deeper than anybody else, and having made 2 extra pit stops to still be sitting in P3, they're doing a bloody awesome job.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, remember that one of that was a stop and go 30 in the opening stages of the race. They had to come in, they were stationary in pit lane for a whole 30 seconds. They lost about a minute and a bit in the opening stage of the race. They were on the other end of the racetrack whilst everyone else was coming around to start their lap. They were just about going through the Schumacher S. That's how far back they were. The fact that they've lost a bit of time in the sense that they've had to come through and pass everyone to get to their position. They've worked very, very hard as the 157 to get back even onto the podium, which is an immense achievement. And now the focus is just ahead, and they've got half the race to close that gap down, and especially with the weather in this region. The Rhineland Platinum, where we are, and the Nurburgring is infamous for its weather changes. Obviously we're not running the full Nordschleife, but in that it's been synonymous with, oh hey, it's bright blue skies over here, courtesy of how long the track is. It's hailing over that end of the racetrack, and that causes its own issues, whereas here on the Grand Prix circuit it's less of a problem, but still the weather changes drastically at a moment's notice, and I think we can see another couple of dry to wet transitions until the end of the race. We're only halfway through and we've already seen it go one way and back the other, and it's looking like it's going to go back to dry at some point in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, definitely a very, very, very slow transition, what we've seen, but I expect it to come. Problem is at the moment temperature dropping at the same time that the weather's easing. So naturally the track's not going to dry so much, 15 degrees as you see there, top right of screen. So, that's not going to help the track dry, and, constant sprinkling of rain, even though it should be easing it off, we're still seeing double layers of water. So expect it to stay wet, though with less and less. Lap time should come down. We've seen the leaders just drop into the 2 minutes barrier, which is the first we've seen for a good 3 or 4 hours, at least since we've been sitting in the booth. So, the track's definitely going that way, but it's a very, very slow transition.
Have you thought of pursuing a career as a meteorologist?
Look, I've got a much better voice for radio than a face for TV.
Yeah, no. In fact, actually, and this is not a good story to tell, but either way, I moved to where I live presently about 5 years ago, and I was introduced to some friends who were into their own form of motorsport. We were all chatting and stuff, and he likes to give people nicknames, and my nickname was Face, and the reason why is because apparently I've got a face for radio. What a nice guy.
I believe I've actually said that to you a few times as well, Wu.
You did. We'll keep away from that topic. It was an interesting time. We'll talk about our Rocket League skills soon. That was a good time, wasn't it?
That's not enough hours in the day to talk about how bad you were, mate, but some good battles coming out on the track.
Even I was surprised. Either way, Marek Shins just getting through a little bit of traffic here. That one being the number 77 Balzar, Nick Balzar, obviously a fair way back, but Marek Shins is focused on the Aston Martin, the 888 car, the Team ACR one that is the next position ahead. But every time you encounter a battle, you know that you're going to have lap traffic to deal with whilst you're trying to get through this. Behind that as well, you've got Jack McIntyre, who's behind the wheel of the 22. I'm assuming that when Jack Keithley got in behind the wheel of the Williams eSports car, by the way, because obviously he was quite close to battling, well, Tarek Gamil was quite close to battling the stapler behind the wheel of the Rocket Sim Sports car. I'm assuming that number 5 car has had a brake change as well.
Yeah, slow stop. Looks like that'll be the case. Might have been why they were struggling there a little bit, starting to run out of brakes. We see that all the Astons and a lot of the bigger front engine cars making these changes at a similar point of the race. So it obviously goes to show you that the pads that everyone's using, or the pads that everyone's settled on using for this race, tend to be wearing at the same rate for the cars. So naturally we'll start to see cars make pit stops, or the Astons start to make pit stops around this point. And so that's about 10 hours into the race now. Basically, just shy of 11. So we expect to then see that hopefully in another 10 hours. We'll see that second brake change maybe a little bit earlier, so it gives them time to chase. But 5 or 6 hours, 4 hours from the end of the race, we'll start to see the final brake changes of these front-wheel drive cars, and that should add a little bit of drama to the back end of this race, the last couple of hours, and how that all unfolds, and who can manage to stretch it all in one. We expect, for instance, the McLaren to maybe only do one, so that's potentially 30, 40 seconds that they're going to save just by not making that stop.
David Christie, who knows that I love throwing people under the bus, will be rejoining us in the morning. And based on the throwing under the bus, did you just say front-wheel drive cars?
I did, yes.
Okay, good. No worries. Thought I'd just pick up on that. Obviously, meaning front engine. It's fine. Don't worry. If everyone picked up on every error that I make, then we'd be in deep trouble. We'll roll with that. Whilst we're running around with this time left to go, obviously a lot of the teams and stuff are strategizing their way to the midway point of this race. But once we've passed that, they'll obviously work out where their final pit stop is going to be. Right now, is it obviously knowing that the weather conditions are likely to change? Is it worth trying to shift so that your final pit stop actually happens at a more convenient point, or do you just kind of go, look, we're going to take the stints all the way up to the 75-minute limit and wait for the conditions to change and deal with that problem once the morning's arrived?
Funnily enough that you bring that up, because we saw that at the Spa 24-hour race. Similar in the way that the weather shifted, came and went, and there was a car that was running quite well that had to pit in the last 2 laps of the race because they would just fell out of sequence during the race. I'm sure that these guys with engineers will be back working their strategy a little bit to make sure that they're not having to pit within, half an hour from the end of the race. However, that said, you also don't want to pull the trigger on making a decision when there's still 13 hours to go, because the last thing you want is to fall 2, 3, 4, 5 laps short of a weather transition and have to make an extra pit stop then. So instead of trying to save yourself a pit stop at the end of the race, actually give yourself an extra pit stop because you've tried to back work it and the weather hasn't really gone your way. So it's a really tough ask, but at this stage it's all about just pumping laps in, getting through the race. That's it's a bloody good save actually.
Nick Baltzar there, that was absolutely superb. Yeah, big moment over the chicane. I'm pretty sure the 22 that Jack McIntyre was driving got caught up a little bit in that, as Marek Schintz is looking once again to try and pass Tom Healy. I'm with you though. Like I say, you can't pull the trigger too early. You're better off running to the maximum stint lengths now. And if in like the final 6 hours of the race you see it and you kind of think, pit stop's going to be at the wrong time, you're better off going, right, if we adjust it and then did only 50-minute stints or 65-minute stints or whatever it is, and then did even stints of that to the end, that's better than, like you say, losing time now. Or even if you were doing that and you worked out, actually, we could double stint the slick tyres or wet tyres, whatever you're on at that point, if we're doing shorter stints, i.e. find another strategy way around it rather than pulling the trigger this early.
Exactly. So I think it's always a tough ask, even 3-4 hours out, to kind of make a call when we're only seeing weather shift in sort of a half an hour bracket, without seeing a long range forecast. This is where the sim racing element really comes into it. You have to really commit to something to make a big strategy call. As we saw in the Split 2 race, slicks, and then all of a sudden, bang, within 2 minutes, track drops from optimal to greasy, and you're thinking about wet tires when you maybe only pitted 3-4 laps earlier. So you have to really commit if you're going to make that work. For the guys that are running for the championship, I mean, the 1111, if it finds itself in a position where it has to win or it has to make a big call to get that win, maybe that's a decision you make based on where you are and what you're trying to achieve. But for a car like the 41 that's in a much better position, you don't want to put any risk on the table to have to make an extra pit stop and give it away. You want to play that conservative role, but with 13 hours to go, as I said, at the moment it's really just about getting those laps in, making sure that you don't make a judgment call too early that doesn't go your way.
Yeah, absolutely. With the wet weather, by the way, that we are noting right now, is on the sheet at the top. Finally, we are seeing the rain properly dropping, an actual full-on setting. So we might well see a dry track in about 3 days' time at this rate, because it is going down very, very slowly indeed, which, to be fair, if you're the likes of Tobias Gronewold, you're going to be pretty happy with that right now. Where the weather isn't changing quite as quick in the downward direction, but rather in the upward direction, is in Split 2, which our focus heads to now. We're focused on Lucas Kreutzer. This car was running in 3rd position the last time we checked in Split 2. The top 2 is still exactly the same. In Split 2. It's still the Gardi Racing number 71 car, our championship leaders, leading the way. They are 40 minutes away from scoring their halfway point. So this is looking very, very good for the 71, who took maximum points from Split 1, from the first 6-hour point. They're looking to do the same thing once again, and they are leading by quite a margin over their closest championship rivals, the number 16 XL Racing by Ren Velten car. The number 76 Sim RC Endurance team joins them on the podium at the moment, with the 214 and the 999 rounding out the top 5. But Kreutzer losing out a little bit of time, but is right on the rear end of that 999 Keck Sim Racing car, which, by the way, great name, Keck, lol. But they are right there and right battling for position. And to be fair, Klaus Nyring in that the 214 is not exactly massively far ahead in the NSN Racing car, who Rob Taplin, I'll give Rob Taplin a bit of a shout out, who drives that 214 car, because he told me probably about over a year ago, actually, it was just after Le Mans Virtual, he was like, you should get involved with the sim grid. And I was like, I'm really busy, I just don't have time on those days. And was trying to get me to message Mike Hamlet. Finally, though, I did arrive. It was a long time afterwards, though, but finally managed to make my way over here. So big shout out to Rob Taplin, as Kreutzer, I'm pretty sure, will be quite close in that Ferrari to passing the Aston Martins. You can see them going side by side in the background. Kreutzer past Radloff, and they know they've got the pace to move forward. I'm going to assume that was probably a brake change for the Ferrari in the number 96. But Split 2, they're about 35 minutes away from scoring their midway point of the race. Split 1, obviously half an hour behind. We're about 1 hour and 7 minutes away from doing so. So still plenty of time left in this race, and plenty of time to change everything.
Yeah, so we coming back into what's happening in Split 1 here, where we've got a fair battle going on between the 41 and the 111. So that gap's down to 4 seconds. So we saw that the entire straight length when the 111 came out of pits. But Smollier has been absolutely rapid, fastest car on track at the moment, and massively bringing that gap down. So down to 4 seconds now. And if we highlight the 149 as well, we'll have to check whether there was some traffic involved, but he's had a couple of tough laps in the 204, so losing basically 4 seconds on the last lap to Gronewold. So going to highlight those two battles to see what's going on. But if we highlight this 41 car, it's absolutely flying.
Yeah, like I say, lap times are dropping off quite drastically right now. We're in the 2 minute flats now. It's a 2 minute flat point 5 for this car. It's 2 minute flat point 8 for Gronewold. So both these cars are below the 201s, and no one else really is up the order. So absolutely sensational. When Alexander Smollier, who's fantastic in real world as he is in sim racing, looking great here. Did, like I said, absolute shout out to the start of this race, where set a sensational opening stint to this race to drag this car from 19th up inside the top 5, and now closing down on their closest championship rivals, 3.4 seconds ahead. Now I know it's only a point swing, but for my money, if they're able to get past Dominic Blyer in the 111 car, then things are looking very, very good for them in the championship. Let's see what happened to Eamon Murphy out of the final corner. Oh, over the grass, tried catching it, but was going a little bit too quick, and through the chicane just a little bit too fast. That was an easy mistake to make in conditions as tricky as this, but yes, lost an awful lot of time. Instantly bounced back though by going into the 2 minute flats. This time at 0.6, 2 tenths faster than our race leaders.
Yeah, tried to have the Nick Balzar save there and didn't quite make it stick. So, look, in the end of the scheme, lost 4 seconds, a bit tough, but he's bounced back straight into the 2 minutes on the next lap. So, plenty of pace in hand. He's obviously really pushing to try and close that gap down. But, for every half a second that you make, if you make a 4-second error, then it sort of undoes all the hard work. So he's got to try and keep it clean now, stay off the curb, and keep bringing that gap down the way he is.
Well, we've just seen a bit of a switch of position there. Not quite sure as to how Muir had so much speed to get by Competizione. Well, okay, never mind then. The Ferrari gets ahead. The Ferrari goes back behind the Greek Souvlaki squad as Konstantinos Competizione regains that position. That was probably the swiftest double change of positions that we've seen for quite a while in this race. It's one of those things, though. I don't know how much this is the case in real world motorsport. Obviously, seems a little bit harder, but in sim racing terms, where you get past someone, you finally think, oh, I finally got by them. What's the first thing you do? You make a mistake straight away. Don't know if that happens in motorsport, but definitely in sim racing.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Have to say that Bayer's found some speed. So obviously he's been given the boot by the team because Smolio was catching, and he's massively dropped his lap times as well. So this battle might rage on until that 12-hour mark, which is exactly what we want to see.
Absolutely. You got one of the WPS racing cars ahead, being the 21, I do believe. The next car down the road, which Lindner is driving. But then it's 3 seconds down the road, so just going through, down towards Varsity now, is their target. The eyes are on them. You can see a little bit of traffic just ahead of Dominic Blyer. But again, this kind of goes back to your point earlier in the race that as we ride on board with Smolly, you can see exactly what we're talking about. He can see which car he's targeting. He knows which car it is. You know the livery, you know what it looks like, you know it's a Bentley. That is the target, and it just gives you that extra boost, that extra bit of speed that it's just target acquired.
Yeah, 100%. You just lock on and know that you've got to beat these guys to win, and that's all you're absolute focused on. So, 3 seconds is absolutely nothing as we see the Audi pull over to the inside. If he's going to let him through, then Smolly will be absolutely laughing. But that was apparently a bit odd, not what I was looking for, but there you go.
Yeah, looking backwards now from EV1 Triton, Dominic Blyer, there we go. And the thing is he'll be keeping his eye on the mirror as well. It's down to 2.9 seconds. It's important for the championship. Got an hour to get ahead. But, I mean, they don't need to get ahead. It's just that right now they'd be halting the charge of the EV1 Triton. And then at that point, realistically speaking, unless the Simware.Pro car were to make a mistake, and by a mistake I mean a very, very big one, i.e. retirement from the race level mistake, or having some terrible luck as well, that I would say that the Simware.Pro car is basically just locked into championship position. That the how far they'd have to finish back would be absolutely crazy. But obviously grab you the probably a mass first thing in the morning, because let's be honest, it's been a long day of racing, and that we can put firmly in the on the shoulders of David Christie, Paul Jeffrey first thing at 6 o'clock in the morning, because, well, I'm evil. We'll find out what the points are at the halfway point of the race and who's scoring what, but Smollier right now has got a little bit of traffic just ahead that he'll want to clear fairly swiftly so that he can target the team's championship rival that's just being held up in traffic here.
Yeah, by being held up by that lap traffic ahead, so you can see how much that's hurt him on the run up the hill there. So the Audi being quite compliant on the way out of the Schumacher S's, as Smollier is kind of rolled right up onto the back. So that 3 seconds is now, about 2, just like that in half a lap. So this one's going to be quite close. And yeah, like you said, look, in the end, they don't have to win this race. They don't have to beat the 111 to get the job done. But oh god, it makes it so much easier if you get those extra points at the halfway mark, and especially when he's locked in now and he knows he can get that position, he's just going to be driving. I mean, in the end, the guy's a racer, he's hunting.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly which car it is directly ahead of Dominic Blyer, but regardless, is causing issues. It's Gregor Schill. Oh, there we go. It is BMW G2 Esports jumping out of the way from a few laps down. I was looking at it, being, I think it was a red and white car, thinking it was an Audi. Thinking, what is that? There we go. It's a BMW G2 Esports, so definitely not an Audi. But either way, I feel bad for G2 Esports because they've had a bad day where it really wasn't deserved. It was just a computer issue on the side of Niels Nyox, no fault of the team. And from that point on, when you're 4 laps down, there's nothing you can do. But I do have enormous respect for any team that gets involved in that kind of stuff in the early stages where they've been thrown into it and they already know from hour 3 or 4 that they're already 4 laps down, but they still have the determination to carry on and just to use that endurance spirit to try and find something. You've put in all the work, you might as well go and try and enjoy it somehow.
Yeah, exactly. Hang tough, one of the only BMWs in the field, battle on, try and get a result out of it. I mean, the reality is they've already cruised up 6 spots from when they had that issue, depending if we're on pit cycle or not. So, yes, they're kind of losing a spot here, but you can see they still have pace in the car and the desire to battle on. Got to give Gregor a shout out. I fed him a wheel at Spa and drove him off the track. So, yeah, on you, mate.
Oh, you evil man. Fed him a wheel. Intentional? Banned from sim racing.
He tried to pass me, and I didn't want to let it happen.
I see.
He doesn't want Smollier to pass him here.
I'm just trying to think of the rest and see what we can get out of you. See if we can knock you up in penalties just from what you say. We're just trying to literally this again, as was said before, and I'm more than happy to say it on broadcast. This 4-hour stint is literally just me and Nick trying not to get cancelled, which I think has gone all right in the first 3 hours. We've done.
So far, so good, but there's still 55 minutes to let that blow up.
Yeah, right. We'll have to wait and see. Finally, though, Smollier does get past Gregor Schill. So now Smollier will focus once again on the 111. Actually, that is a good point, getting it in our ear about how Gregor Schill's being there. He's obviously being very obvious about what he's doing. So much so that he's even putting on the indicator, which I really do like about ACC. It's not something that you get in, as far as I'm aware, any other simulator. I don't think you can do it. You certainly can't do it in RF2. I don't know if you can do it anywhere else. But the idea that in an endurance race, sometimes it is helpful just to be like pass right, whack on the indicator, so that you're making it more obvious as to what you are doing, and to kind of, it's just one of those other ways of communicating to all of the other teams and stuff on.
Yeah, look, it just shows obviously the sim allows you to do it, which is really cool and adds another element. I mean, just look at like the graphics, the reflections on the water, sitting on track. I mean, the sim itself is unreal, but it just shows class from a driver to realize that there's a battle happening, not just for position, but probably also understands the championship implications that he's right in the middle of. Puts the indicator on, moves out of the way, lets the guy have it. Doesn't battle him all the way, doesn't make it super easy, but also doesn't cost himself a load of time because he sees it happen. He rolls from in front 1 spot to in behind 1 spot, costs him 3-4 tenths on the road, and bang, he continues on. So yeah, absolute class from Gregor there. Yeah,
that's like I say, he knows that he's not fighting for a position against these guys, but they are fighting not only for a position but for a championship as well. And you don't want to be the driver that got involved and ruined it for someone. For one, I'm pretty sure, especially not with Simway.pro, because they do have quite a large and loud fan base. And I'm pretty sure if you were the deciding factor in a championship and put them against it, I would, I'd be steering clear of them. Because I don't think they'd be particularly happy, but they'll be very happy with what they're seeing now, because the closest rival to them, being that 111 DV1 Triton car, is right there and is not going anywhere, because Smollier has been quite considerably faster, whilst Dominic Blyer, as you were saying, has found a little bit more pace over the last couple of laps. Smollier's still been faster. Last lap time by, they were separated by about a tenth and a half of a second, and it was in favour of Smollier, so that gap is coming down. Speaking of gaps coming down, by the way, Tobias Grunewald, I know obviously traffic's probably playing its part in this. Tobias Grunewald and Eamon Murphy. Murphy was nearly a second faster on the previous lap, so that gap's coming down a bit, whilst it's still large, around about 35 seconds. I'm not expecting it to disappear soon. It's still a positive moment for the 149.
Yeah, and worth pointing out that the man we had in comms not long ago, Jack Keithley, fastest man on track, last time by, nearly cracking the 2-minute barrier. So plenty of speed in the number 5 car. They've obviously taken breaks at the previous stop, having lost quite a bit of time to some of the cars that they were battling. So expect that to come back through as some of the other cars cycle through those brake changes. But very interesting to see the speed come down and who's able to kind of really make that time as well on track.
Yeah, with brakes and such in GT racing, do you instantly notice that change? Obviously, like you come in and you get a fresh set of tyres and you think, oh, I can notice it straight away. Whereas, obviously, with brakes and such, I've not done endurance racing on ACC, only elsewhere in sim racing and such, where your braking point, yes, you have brake failure, but it's more in a thermal sort of sense, and the brakes just go, and like it still, for the most part of the race, you're still braking. I know that I can brake at the 100-meter point. I will always brake at the 100-meter point, and it works every time. Whereas when you replace the brake pads, is it an instant noticeable change that you're just like, wow, finally I can brake that late again?
Yeah, it's more to do with the deacceleration, particularly in the first third of the brake zone. So when you have that little bit of extra pad, much more bite, everything just happens a little bit sharper. Maybe you, in the first part of the brake zone, you get 2-3 kilometers washed off that little bit faster. Just means that you do a lot less work in the back half of the brake zone. So instead of braking like hard all the way to the apex, you're actually clearing the brake and managing your mid-corner speed much better, and you tend to put a lot less stress through the front tires as well, because you're not braking, turning all the way to the apex. So that's where you make those minor gains. Particularly in the dry, you'll start to see you'll use a lot less tyre as well if you've got good brakes, versus compared to if you've got a slightly longer pedal and carrying a little bit more speed into the apex. And so all those little things will play out, and that's why I'm quite interested to see how the speed of the Aston compares to some of the cars that are only going to take one brake stop change, like we see potentially with the Audi and the McLaren. If later in the race they're able to extract that speed, double set the tyres if it's dry, and where they can kind of make that gain work for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing it on your screen, by the way, that the number 9 receives a drive-through penalty, that one being the Ren Walton car that was spun around a bit earlier from the Grip Hacks engineering car of Kyalami. They were given a drive-through penalty for contact with Steinhauser, who's in the number 44, that one being the Revolution Sim Racing Aston Martin. So switches of not positions, but drive-throughs dished out anyway, that I'm sure will cost Ibrahimi at least one position down to the 77. So kind of one of those things we're focused on, this battle for 19th, Romagnoli versus Vornum. Also have the battle quite close between Contianis and Muir as well. So there is plenty still going on in this race. We're just seeing, rather than it being a train, we're seeing those 1 versus 1s. And to be honest, I get the feeling, especially with races that we've seen in the SimGrid VCO World Cup throughout the season, is that we always have at least 1-2 car fight to focus on, which is always great, because it means that we have something to talk about rather than really diving deep into the folder of rubbish that no one cares about.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a couple of good little battles starting to open up. That gap between the 111 and the 41's down to about a second now, so that's going to be really tight. And Spolyev's seems to have a good about half a second on Baja, so that'll be an interesting battle as we come through. Got Jack McIntyre rolling into the 22 now, so they didn't take a brake stop change, so the number 5's dropped quite a ways off them. Good 30 seconds they've lost in that stop, and they've rolled that 6th position and matching sort of the speed of the guys around them, but it doesn't look like they'll make any forward progress into the top 5.
No, but what we do have, though, inside the top 5 is this battle. As you say, Blyer is just losing a little bit of time bit by bit, still lapping as quick as he can, obviously running quite well. And we know, again, to throw back to it, that the Bentley's not particularly the greatest car in wet weather conditions. They are hoping that this dry weather is coming in, which, by the way, take a look at the weather forecast. Half an hour, it looks like the rain is going to stop, and we are on a little bit of a trip to a drying circuit. It will take, as you said before, a long time for this circuit to dry, but in the consideration that let's start talking about stint lengths. Let's start talking about the transition onto that. The 14 have a bit of a problem here because the 14 have about half an hour left, less than half an hour left of their stint. Meanwhile, everyone else has slightly more than half an hour.
Yeah, exactly. The 14's in a tough patch. They've only got about 10 laps left to run, so they'll fall short. It'll still be wet, so it'll be a big gamble for them to head out on slicks, especially with such a low track temp. So potentially look for them to have to pit and then pit again, or if they take slips, potentially lose quite a lot of time waiting for the temperature to build up, which is quite a big gamble. So, this trip for this fight for first place is going to come down to this next pit stop cycle for the moment, and could actually mix up this 12-hour points situation. I would actually sort of bet my money that the 149 might come across the line P1 at the 12-hour mark.
See, yes, it's really not an easy one. Considering that the track temperature's cold, you can probably say that realistically speaking, if it does when the stops raining and such, it's still going to take it a while for it for the wet to go away, and it still be a decent slick circuit without graining up your slick tyres and such. So maybe that might fall into their favour, but with them, everyone else is basically playing for another 40 minutes around till their next pit stop. So yes, it's not an easy one. I think that if you're the 14, you'll be preparing to do something similar to what the 157 did and take a leaf out of their book. And of course, Michael Hamlet, who was also telling us about this, that they may come in on their pit stop. They may take fuel only, just do the fuel, and expect they're going to come in at some point half an hour afterwards, and then come in and then change the tyres. So essentially what they're doing is they're going to come in, do the fuel, try and reach the halfway point of the race in the lead, then come in for slick tyres, whilst yes, you might lose a bit of time and potentially even the race lead at that point. You've got to kind of accept you're probably going to lose the race lead at some point anyway, because you've probably got to come in twice regardless, whereas everyone else still might be coming in once. So it might be the only way that you're going to get through this, scoring as many points as you can and then focus on the second half of the race once you get there.
Exactly, and this is, funnily enough, this is the end result of making that early pit stop, because they reacted to the time that they were losing with the lack of pressure they had and temperature they had in the tyres. So that was, potentially, don't want to bum anyone out, but potentially a short-sighted decision to pit that 10 minutes earlier, because instead of maybe losing another 15 seconds on the road in that 10 minutes because they don't have the tyre pressures in the window, they're actually going to put themselves 30 seconds further back because they have to take an extra pit stop now because they're out of cycle with everyone else. It could actually play back into their favour later in the race if they go that extra 10 minutes longer, or they might find themselves back on strategy with everyone else having made an extra pit stop. But that's what we're talking about, getting the laps in, extending the stops, putting yourself in the best possible position to react to the changing weather. You just want to put yourself on the front foot, and if you try and create something out of nothing, then sometimes it shoots you in the foot.
Yeah, I think, like I say, you're absolutely right. They've reacted to something a bit earlier that maybe they shouldn't have, but hindsight is 2020. Once you've played your cards, you've played them. You just need to carry on, and you made your bed, now you're lying it. And for them, obviously, certainly nowhere near day done. There's still other things that can work out in their favour strategy-wise. So we'll just have to keep our eye very, very closely on a battle which is increasing in intrigue. And I'm very curious to see who's going to be leading, not necessarily just at the halfway point of the race, but more so once we get into the drier part of this race, because like I said, there's still plenty of stuff to play for over the next 12 hours and 45 minutes. But once we're done here, well, that's it, the season's done. So it's for a lot of these teams, it is now or never. You've got to get on with it now as we return to looking at Split 2 in very much wet weather conditions. It seems to be like these two splits are running in complete opposites. They are running, just to clarify, they are running the same weather profile as far as I was aware, running into it. So the parameters for what the weather was going to do, as it has been across the season, is identical. Split 1 versus split 2. Yet what has happened weather-wise, which I think is great, it shows how random it can be, the weather has been completely different.
I think we'll see there.
Huh? No, I was saying it was completely different in the weather. I mean, it's like I say, it's fantastic to see, but it's kind of one of those things when you're in racing, as much as you've got a forecast, you don't really know what the weather's going to do. You just do it.
Exactly, completely randomised as we see Small here on the back of the 111. So this is, he finds himself in a unique position. He's trying to win a championship at the same time. The guy you're battling the championship with, who, you know, if you stay in this position, you're going to beat him anyway, but just to make it easier, you can get the job done. So how much do you risk? You've clearly got pace. You've, you know, brought that gap down close to 10 seconds. You're clearly faster. You're a racer. You want to get the job done. You know, having to hold yourself back, you know, not make a half move, potentially get a drive through, all these sorts of things. Everything runs through the back of your mind. So interesting to see what he does here. I think he's clearly got pace. Just try and see if he makes a move, or whether he tries to get the over undercut done in the next pit stop cycle, which we're, to be honest, not too far away from.
No, absolutely not. And now with Smolia behind Blyer, very, very close indeed. This is really important for Blyer to keep Smolia behind, not just because of the whole championship extra point at the halfway point, but because we know that Bentley is pretty quick once this track dries up, at least from what we saw earlier. It's faster than the 41. The 41 wasn't as fast as the, obviously it's got more weight in it, wasn't as fast as the 111 in the dry. So if they can keep them behind, great. If the 41 gets through, then the 11 then would have to repass them and then get on with their pace advantage in the dry, which may not last that long. We don't know how long the dry is going to be here for. So it's kind of, like right now, it is paramount, if they're going to have any hopes of this championship, to hang on to that 4th position right now so that they can take advantage straight away in the dry weather.
Yeah, spot on. So it'd be interesting to see how hard he battles it. If he hangs around the outside, Smolia makes a mistake, turns him, gets a drive through, then all of a sudden they're back in it. So it's quite a tight battle. You see Smolia has actually dropped off about half a second. So I think he realises there's not much to play for here. Just sit, wait for everything to cycle out. It's 13 hours to go. No need to rush or force anything along this point. What we have seen too is the leaders drop into the 159. So about 15 seconds away from, let's say, a dry tyre pace. I think if we start to get under 10 seconds, then we'll start to look for a dry tyre. So it just goes to show that the track is drying out. Even though we see a bit of rain, the track is drying up from these damp conditions, and you know, it might take a while to dry with this temperature, but I expect within the next 40 minutes that we are on slicks.
Yeah, I think so indeed. I mean, the times that we're looking at now, and it was to go back to the first transition of the race. Of course, it was during the day. It was in warmer track temperatures, so you know, slightly different conditions that we're dealing with now. It went from this is definitely going to be, this pit stop's definitely going to be wets on this stop. It's definitely going to be wets. It's definitely going to be wets, to everyone needs to take slicks right now. It changed so quickly, and it was right on the pit lane sequence. And I think that's probably what's going to happen. Once again, we're already down to a damp track state. Now, to give you a bit of an update as to when everyone's pitting, our race leaders, they will be pitting in about 20 minutes time, which is going to be pretty tight as to when that transition is. Everyone else will be going for about another half hour, slightly under, it'll be more closer to 26, 27 minutes. So you know, they'll be going a little bit further, about 10 minutes further. Obviously, no one can get to the halfway point of the race from this position. I think everyone's basically got to pit, at least because of the stint timers. But yeah, that 10 minutes, right in these conditions, that 10 minutes makes all of the difference, every single bit of it.
Yeah, it's very, very close. There's about 6 laps difference between the 14 car versus the rest of the field. Doesn't seem like much, but good sort of 12 minutes of track running, so 10 minutes off cycle.
Oh, there
Getting
was
a
a dive.
report.
Oh, go on.
Shoot, Lou, I think we're getting a report of some contact between the 111 and the 41. So see if we can get a replay of that. They are running quite close together. So
This was
Smollier clearly going for a move and pulling out or backing out. So
It was 3 laps ago. We'll be going a replay from Mike Yao. With it being 3 laps back, I mean, let's be honest, they're battling for the championship. I'm not saying that it is the case. We haven't seen the incident, so we need to take a look. But it could be, when you're battling for the championship, you kind of just get to the point and you go, oh, I'm going to report them for any misdemeanor, because you know that if you can penalise them, if you can get them out of the way courtesy of a penalty, that's free money. That's free real estate. Get on with it. And so they might well be a little bit more observant as to what the 111's doing, as the 111 will be of the 41. They're basically at this point racing quite hard, but not too hard. They're just trying to get basically an easy overtake or easy time on their opponent, which is racing in a sense.
yeah,
Nice.
Naturally, being in the 111 scenario, I'm not going to give them any space. I need to beat these guys. The 41 will naturally kind of want to, put pressure on them, force them to kind of make an error. If you can sort it out in the steward's room, that's very sim racing. From my side, I'd love to see it happen on the track, and the harder it is, the more they sort of rub doors and feed a few wheels, the better action for us. So I'm looking for the best battle we can have on track, and if the 111 makes it as tough as he possibly can, then that's what they need to do to win.
Yeah, whilst we we all love seeing these tough battles, but when you're racing at this level, whilst if it was a fun league with nothing on the line, they'd probably just battle it out to their heart's content. But the fact that they're playing for money, they're playing for keeps, it's a tough race in itself. They're not just going to allow that car to pass. They are going to fight as hard as they can, and also they are going to get race control in as soon as is humanly possible. So I see it from all sides. I get why they're going to do what it is, and this is what happens when you have 2 heavyweight teams of the SimGrid VCO World Cup going toe to toe. When neither have had the greatest day. The 41s had to start low and work its way up. The 111 started fairly high, started inside the top 10 and had an issue into this corner with Dominic Bly, by the way, behind the wheel. And then they managed to get on with it and have regained all this position. By the way, that call from race control is an NFA. No further action between them. They're just allowed to fight it out, which, to be fair, let's be honest, we want to see that. We just want to see them go toe-to-toe. Absolutely.
Yeah, as it should be. Stewards just waving off a bit of hard racing, as we see here. Oh, he's wide there. 41's got to run. That's a tough one. He's definitely made it difficult. Smollier's backed out. Tough racing. He's made the mistake. Maybe squeezed him a bit, but when you're fighting for a championship, fighting for a win, that's what you have to do. So that's a tough call. Naturally, I think they were in their right to protest that, so no harm, no foul there. But stewards want to see it happen on track, not in the stewards room. Giving it no further action, feed him, get him back a couple of laps later.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, the stewards don't want to get involved in the championship fight as much as anyone else. We just want to see this championship fight battle out between the 2 major contenders of that title. And from that, I see it from both points of view. You could probably argue from in favour of the DV1 Triton car, which is obviously what the stewards were saying there, is that there was sort of enough room given, but it's a sort of kind of thing, and you can't really use the curb in the wet weather, and I understand why the 41 will be pretty hard done by. Here comes Zenith then, around the outside of Romagnoli. Vorman behind the wheel, made it stick around the first part of the Mercedes Arena section, threw it in very, very hard for the final part, and then just taps him right on the bottom, and Romagnoli's decent car control does keep him pointing in the right direction, but Vornum was pretty close there to just spinning him out. I will say, give him plaudits for the first bit. It's good stuff.
Yeah, served him up right in the middle of the corner. I think he was probably bummed with himself. He wasn't able to hang it right around the outside there. That's a tough move to make stick, and he nearly did. So, he'd just be kicking himself. He didn't roll off the brake, get on the throttle, and jam the thing right on the apex. So, lost that spot, but he'll find a way back through, I'm sure.
I mean, I do love making a move stick around the outside, because when you've made it stick, I've nearly thrown my wheel off. I'm so impressed with myself. I'm like, yes, I can actually do this.
You must have been watching a replay of someone else.
Thank you. Waiting for it.
Throw it up, I'll serve it down, no worries.
I did get some advice, and again, I always go back to it. Advice from one Mr. Robert Wiesenmuller. He's a better coach than you, mate. And he told me once that sometimes you need to not make a move look so pretty, i.e., going around the outside isn't always the best option. Sometimes you've just literally got to look down the inside and absolutely send it. And he is one of the best sim racers I've ever known on the brakes. So, of course, he's given that advice. You give it a go then, and you actually just take someone straight off the racetrack, which is normally what I do.
Yeah, exactly. So the 164, there's quite a narrow line into the final corner. So you see he's sort of getting a bit of a poor exit because of that. But toe hunting here, hunting for a bit of wet track to keep the tyres cool. I think we'll start to see that a little bit more from everyone, trying to keep those tyres cool as we start to see the track dry up. I'm not sure if it's just bad reflections on my 50 FPS that I'm getting, but starting to see what looks like a dry line appearing there at turn 1, or at least some form of like tyre grip that you can see through the damp track.
Yeah, there are little bits of patches of grip appearing, but these two, by the way, they've got to be a little bit careful, because that car directly behind, that is our race leader, Tobias Gronewold, in the number 14 Unicorns of Love car, that is leading the way by about 35 seconds ahead of Eamon Murphy in the Yazheat Pirelli car, who in turn is probably about a minute clear of Andrea Capoccia. As well, there's a little bit of a mistake, and now they don't have to worry about the Unicorns of Love car anymore, as Vorman gets off the track by quite a substantial margin.
Just taking the normal race line, that's fine. That's where I'd be if I was racing. So, yeah, no harm, no foul. Yeah, look, he's made a little bit of a mistake there, pushing hard to try and stay on the back of the 6.4 in front of him. So yeah, tough break, but he's obviously got the speed to be there. So look for him to try and follow the 14 through once the 164 rolls out and gives the 14 the spot.
I mean, I guess like those kind of mistakes, like at that point with Vorman, he would obviously have been more focused on Romagnoli than he was, of course, of our race leader directly behind. But do you think maybe at that point you'd kind of be so focused on your battle, you'd look in your mirror and think, oh, who's that? And then you look at the timesheets and think, oh my God, it's the race leader. And then it's a bit of a distraction. It kind of throws you off a little bit. Do you think that kind of plays a little bit of a part in it, or do you think they don't really care at this point?
No, I'm sure it does. You get so entrenched in the battle, what you're focused on, what's happening right in around you, and especially if you're trying to get past someone, you're completely focused, eyes forward, seeing what's happening. Naturally these guys, and we see it when we pop in with the streams, the guys have the order there next to them so they can see who's behind them, so it should give them a good gauge. But when you've got all your focus trying to keep the car on the track, not make a mistake, pass the guy in front of you, it takes a lot to then make sure you know everything that's happening around you as well. So occasionally you will see, a back marker be a bit more focused on, as we see blue flag fire there on the left, be a bit more focused on kind of what's happening in front of him if he's enraged in a battle, rather than, just letting a leader fly through. But, that's all part of endurance racing, multi-class racing.
I think it's kind of one of the hardest styles of racing to do. I think, to be a good driver in sim racing, and I'd assume again this applies in motorsport as well. If you're driving Porsches for your entire career, then that's all well and good. I'm sure you'd be a great driver, but you throw them in anything else, and it's a little bit tricky. Same kind of thing in sim racing. If you only drive GTs, then you're not a complete driver. You kind of need to try some other things to learn the whole game. It's why I always encourage new drivers in sim racing. Yes, sure, you're all well and good in a touring car, but let's see you in a prototype or in a GT, or doing something different, and being good across. In sim racing, it's hard to be good across multiple simulators, but then it's about being good across multiple disciplines as well. You've got this, you've got your open wheel high speed racing, you've got your touring cars. Hey, have a go in something like rallycross or oval racing or anything like that. It's so open in sim racing that you can give these things a go and understand the driving skills in each, because in some small ways they do help across the board. If you're good at rallycross, normally your car control is quite good, which means that in wet weather conditions, when the car starts to get away from you, you still feel fairly confident and comfortable.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're spot on. So, sim racing opens up a massive amount of what you can do. So it'll give these guys quite a good, I don't want to say like a talent range, but it will allow them to kind of learn through different disciplines. This style of endurance racing, GT3 on GT3, is one of the toughest. Why? Because all these cars are doing the exact same speed. So while that you may be getting lapped, you may actually be doing the same lap time as the guy that's trying to pass you. So what do? Do you just let him by and then have him sitting in front of you, getting involved in your race as the leader? You don't want to fight with a back marker, but naturally you want to try and get past them, get through them, so you can kind of carry on your own path. So this style of racing, this style of 24 hours is really tough, and that's why we see, particularly at Spa, we probably see it later in the race here, where when things start to heat up a little bit more, that people start to become impatient with lap traffic, make a little bit of a lunge, see a little bit more contact, not happening so much in the wet. You'll see it a lot more in the dry, because it's easy to get frustrated when the guy in front of you, particularly if you're in a car that's quick and you're at the pointy end of the field, but you don't have a lot of grunt, like we'll see with the McLaren and potentially the Audi too, those mid-engine cars that don't have the Aston or Bentley top end. You really see those guys have to fight to get past some of those back markers that are in front engined, a bit faster in a straight line cars. So that's where this race it becomes really difficult. That's where GT3 endurance racing is really, really tough. And these guys are experienced in that now, but we saw it again in 24 hour, a lot of contact from lap cars, and a bit of miscommunication between lap cars and cars at the pointy end. And that's why I gave massive credit to Gregor, the way he operated, letting the leaders through, being really clear about it. You only get that from someone who really understands what it's like to be at the pointy end. So he's seen it at both sides, and now he's at the back end for an unfortunate disconnect that they had early in the race. But he understands, okay, I need to step out of these guys' way, because I know what it's like to be in that position.
Yeah, it's like you say, it's the hardest thing with this style of racing is the fact that all the cars are driving around at basically, as nearest makes no difference, the same lap times. When you actually think about it, like if you actually to put a second as a percentage, it's not actually that much. I mean, around here it is less than 1%. If you were a second slower, and a second is an eternity at this kind of level. If you actually take that into context, it's not large differences that separate these cars, and learning that is so difficult, because you have to accept that whilst everyone's driving around at the same speed, they're doing the same speed in different ways, and that is probably one of the hardest things to learn about GT racing. It's why for me, driving, I mean, I love watching GT racing. I don't like driving in GT racing, because it's not as simple as car goes broom, overtake guy, easy peasy. There's always things going on. It's very, very difficult, and requires a certain driver to be able to deal with the stress, because obviously you kind of got to deal with getting frustrated easily in situations like this. You need to be quite a calm and level-headed driver, which unfortunately I'm really not, as some people are very aware of, because you've got to understand the limitations of your car and the advantages of everyone else's. But always, I don't know how you feel about this, I always see this in races like this, everyone's always got everyone else's car's better than mine. It's always better than mine. No, the Aston Martins are overpowered around here.
Yeah, naturally, that's going to happen at any level, sim racing or not. So, but you're spot on, and that's exactly why it's really tough. And at this level, that's where we'll start to see, people get a bit more aggressive later in the race, because you can't afford, you don't want to lose. That times we see everybody start to hunt for the water now. So obviously, these guys must be starting to see some clear, dry lines, trying to look after their wet weather tyres. They know they've got to try and make them last until it goes completely dry. Interesting point that I think our race leader might be maybe one lap away from pitting, or potentially in the end of this lap. So this is when we'll start to see, as we get this Mercedes back marker caught up in this little battle. Interesting to see if Smollier can make something work from this.
Yeah, that was the SG Stern car that's just sort of getting involved in the mix, the running order. They've frequently been, no disrespect to them, one of the back markers of the grid. At the moment it's Lucas Müller who's behind the wheel, but they always they always get involved. We normally get a little bit of an interview from Chris Dooley, who jumps in every now and then into the commentary booth. He did it at Kyalami a couple of times, just to give us a little bit of information as to how the race has been going. Whilst, yes, they run around at the back, it is what it is. They always have good, important information to give to us, as well as, to be fair, a little bit of fun. They show that you don't have to be at the front to enjoy racing. You kind of, again, accept your position, and the moment that you accept that you don't have to win every single race that you take part in, you start to enjoy sim racing a lot more. And that's the whole thing of this, is that whilst this is top level sim racing, whilst there is plenty of prize money up for grabs. Again, the winning team, by the way, of the championship, we haven't really covered this. The winning team of the championship does win $6,000, $3,000 to second and $1,000 to third, as well as the prize money that is up for grabs each race. You don't have to be in contention for all of that to actually just enjoy going racing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, get ads on. Is he racing? Where are they? I'm keen to have a chin wag with him. I think he's an awesome ambassador from our side of the sport coming into sim racing, and I actually watch quite a lot of his streams, and he always asks me to jump in some of his races, but naturally I decline because I'm terrible. Don't want to get shown up by him, but hence why I'm commentating. But it's really cool to see small ads, all these guys come across and really embrace the sim racing, not just driving themselves but the culture, being a part of it, and sharing their experience with everyone in a level playing field where everyone's at the same level or all can achieve the same thing, and there's no money or boundary issues, things like that. So massive credit to those guys and what they're doing. And pretty much everyone that's in this field, it takes a lot to, yes, you've got to pay an entry fee and whatever, but it takes a lot of effort and determination to go and put yourself in split one and fight against the best of the best. Even maybe if you're not in the biggest sim team, you don't have an engineer, it takes quite a lot. So massive props to everyone who's in the event, who's stuck it out, done every race, finished every race, even if they've had issues.
Absolutely. Huge respect to all of them. By the way, our race leader has just come into the pit lane. They have served that stop. Now, I'm going to assume, I don't have Michael Hamlet in my ear right now. I'm going to assume he's run off for a little bit of a break. So, fair enough. He's been in for quite a while. Give him credit and time. I'm going to assume that he's come out on wet weather tyres. Now, you saw that line from Kundachioglu on the start-finish straight. The track is still wet, but he dragged it all the way out over to the pit wall. Isn't trying to pass Steinhauser right now, and that is obviously because they're just trying to dry up the circuit as best as possible. So when they pit in less than 10 minutes time, they'll be going onto slick tyres because the track state is still damp, and with the rain not really coming down right now, you're going to try and get that as close to dry as possible, which Bastian Richter, who's just jumped behind the wheel, taken over from Tobias Gronewold. Yeah, I mean, if they're on the wets, this is interesting. I wonder if we can grab a view of them and see if we can get it from an angle where we can see what the compound tyre, because you can see the teeth. Obviously, you can see it here with the DV1 Triton car. They're being lit up lovely by small air behind, that you can see those grooves on the tyres just there. You can tell it's obviously not a slick tyre, and I wonder if the 14 have taken a big gamble here by trying to just go on the slicks a little bit earlier than everyone else.
Yeah, we'll see when they cross the line for the first lap time. Last one by was a 2:05, but that's not representative.
That's
they've
pit
just
lane,
come out of pit lane. Yeah, so that'd be quite interesting. We've seen the rain stop now, so no more drops on the camera. You can see, if we look clearly enough through the lights, the headlights of the cars as they're rolling, you can start to see the actual lines, and they are on slicks. They've gone for it.
There we
Absolutely
go.
gone for it. So that's huge, and interested to see what their first lap time by is and if they can make it work. Because if they can, then this is then they've really got away with one.
I respect that risk. They've done similar things before. They're going to lose out time, right? I think that's kind of the expectation here. Is they're going to lose time to Eamon Murphy. They're wise to that as much as anyone else. You can see here is the GTWR Ferrari is quite close. The number 32 that Muir is behind the wheel. They just need to keep it on the tarmac, because should they do that, they're not. It doesn't seem as though this car is completely undrivable at the moment. It seems at least stuck to the racetrack just a little bit slower, they're not going to lose the whatever it was, 25 up to 30 seconds back. I think it was even 35 seconds back to Eamon Murphy. So this is actually not that bad. They'd be wise not to fight Muir here and just let the Ferrari go, which is exactly what Bastian Richter does. I think of all of the things they could do, if you've got a driver like Bastian Richter behind the wheel, who is quality in himself, I think that was about as wise a call as you could make. If you're that comfortable, you've got to take that risk, surely.
Absolutely. It's a tough call to make, especially kind of this early in the race. But, they put themselves in that position to be 10 minutes shy and, to save themselves an extra stop. Maybe they take the pain here and try and make it work. Interesting to see how it pans out. My gut feeling is that they're probably about 15 minutes too early. So this could be a wound for the next sort of 6 or 7 laps. But if they can make it stick, then it's the best strategy call that you can make. But you see these guys, they're still running hard on wet tires, so it's going to be a tough call. We should have Murphy in the next 8 minutes, so another 3 or 4 laps maximum, and then we'll see if they make a similar decision, similar strategy call.
I think they will definitely be switching. I mean, I'm 99.99614. That's the percent I'm going to go with, the mathematical number I'll come up with that suggests that they will be going on to slicks. I think everyone will be picking slicks on the next time, but it's all about what Bastian Richter's lap time is. And on the previous lap time was a 2:03.3, which yes is slow, but I still think this was the wisest call for them to make. So that was an interesting line from Dominic Blyer, using the large big boy Bentley to absolutely demolish the curbs at the NGK chicane, and that's why you pick a big car.
Oh, that's a close one with the lap marker there. So, yeah, I think Richter 2:03.3. He's lost a good 3 seconds there. It's not so bad when you look at the grand scheme of things. So they might have just made an awesome strategy call to save themselves a pit stop. And I expect now that everybody's seen that lap time, everybody else to follow suit.
Yeah. Absolutely. By the way, whilst we've been waffling on about Split 1, and we will continue to waffle on about Split 1, Split 2 has passed the halfway point in the race. They've gone 12 hours and 10 minutes, and I believe over the halfway point of the race, it was the 71 leading. I'm not sure if they've come into the pit lane recently, but the 16 that was in second place, and second place in the championship. They were in second place in the race. They've now dropped down a little bit, although it does seem like they've gone back up. I think it's just the way the live timing is working. Apparently, the 96 got the points for second place. That is the Sidemax Motorworks Ferrari. This is all in Split 2, by the way, so don't panic if you're not recognising the numbers and stuff that I'm throwing out. What it does mean, though, is that the 71 in Split 2 has taken 80 points so far. It's cleared the maximum points off the table so far. Considering they were championship leaders, they are looking very, very strong to secure themselves the Split 2 title in the SimGrid VCO World Cup. In Split 1, though, obviously our attention's on Dominic Blyer, and that car directly behind is looking very, very good for the Split 1 title as well, but with over half the race to go, so easy for that to go one way or the other.
Yeah, bloody close race, this one. Interested to know, maybe you are aware when they went to where they found their pace, whether it was on the slick tyres or in this drying phase, but you can see starting to struggle now. Assetto to come on in the back half, so they'll probably pit in another lap. So this is, and I assume that Smollier may pit one lap before Bly based on stint length. So I'm looking for Smollier in this lap. So he'll be pushing hard to see if he can make it stick here around the outside. It's a close one, and if he can, then I expect him to jump the Bentley in the stop. So he's going to press hard because he knows he's in this lap, so he's got to make it stick.
Oh, that was a damn fine attempt, and maybe forced the door open there, did Somalia. Blyer was wise to it, was watching his mirrors, kind of just gave the room and now forces Somalia off the track. Somalia won't be particularly happy with that, but excellent from Blyer to hang on against Somalia there. Again, knows how important this is, and if Somalia comes in a lap early, considering the fact that Groenewold is going a fair amount slower than those on the wet tyres, this could be quite good for DV1 Triton just to pull out a bit more of a gap approaching the halfway point of the race. Romagnoli and Kalpanen into the pit lane a bit further down the order in 19th and 20th spot. Blyer taking a defensive line down into Dunlop and readying themselves for the slick tyres that are on their way. The difference between these two cars, by the way, again, this is why it's so important for DV1 Triton to stay ahead, is that this Bentley should, on paper, based on what we've seen earlier on in the race, this Bentley should be faster in the dry, as there is, again, a look down the inside from Somalia. No move there, and no move here either. Bastian Richter, by the way, is continuing to lose time, about 2 seconds a lap, but remember that the 149 will be in pit lane this lap, maybe, or what, at the end of the lap they're currently on. They will potentially they will take slick tyres, so they'll be running them the same time, and then the gamble kind of looks like it'll probably work out in the favour of the 14 because they had to take that risk. There is Somalia into the pit lane as predicted.
Yeah, Blyer did an awesome job on that lap to keep Somalia behind. Effectively, that's what he has to do. They know in that Bentley they're going to have pace when they're on the slick tyre. They can't afford to lose that position and then get stuck behind the 14, because they'll need to have that track position and then run away to then try and catch the 157, the next couple of cars in front, to put some more distance and some more points between them and Somalia in the 41. So that's a great little battle there, and two massive heavyweights that are going for a championship, not afraid to rub doors, and that's exactly what we want to see.
Eamon Murphy will be into the pit lane now, as there is the service. Was running in the 159s over the last couple of laps, which plays a Bastian Richter 201.4 on the previous. So Eamon Murphy is into the pit lane. Unicorns of Love approaching the final sector. They're just going through NGK now, just a couple of cars ahead of the of Kudacioglu, who were presently focused on just behind the number 44. Kudacioglu obviously into the pit lane as well, joining, of course, Eamon Murphy and Somalia. Somalia, no doubt, going on to slicks, as we were expecting. Eamon Murphy will be heading onto slicks, and they are also doing potentially a brake change in the Yazheat Pirelli car, which, to be fair, no, they are not. They're out of pit lane. It's all well and good. That is just straight out onto slicks. So Bastian Richter back into the race lead. All things are even. They would have cost themselves 10, 15, 20 seconds maybe. That is a lot better than coming down pit lane for a second time. I think that was 100% the right call from Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, still struggling in traffic a little bit at the moment. So naturally, all the traffic's still on wet tyres. If we can try and get a vision of what tyre Murphy's on, I reckon running wide there, he's probably on slick tyres. He's struggling to make it work.
Slicks.
So they've obviously made some gain in that 10 minutes where they've stayed on wets, but interesting to see if anybody stays on. Interesting to see who stays on wet, who takes a gamble here. The 111 could take a gamble because there's still about a 2 to 4 second kind of gain that you can make on the wet tires. So if you can make that work for the next 20 minutes, then making the pit stop with fuel to then go to slick tires might actually put you in a better position. So interesting to see if somebody like the Blyer 111 car make that risk.
That's a very bold call, but with it all kind of drying up at a fair rate. I mean, look at how much drier the race circuit already looks. Whilst it's still not dry by any means, it's greasy, but everyone is going to be going onto the slick tyres here. I have absolutely no doubt of that. The gap, though, that Bastian Richter has, it was around 35 seconds, so they've lost 15 seconds. A pretty hefty toll, but still better than coming down pit lane once again and then losing time for changing tyres. All that station time, they would have lost 30, 40 seconds from doing that, and it would have cost them the lead. So definitely the right call. And Bastian Richter, who is leading the race now and starting to set lower 2 minutes, still slower than the wet tyres were. Again, the wet tyres were running around about the 159s at this point, so still roughly about a second slower running around on the slicks. But obviously all these teams had to pit at this point because of where the driver stint time is, the stint limits. So you do what you got to do. And as we're approaching that halfway point in the race, I think they've all been, once again, with where that transition is, same as it was on the first one, they're all incredibly lucky that the transition just happens to coincide with when they need to pit.
Yeah, he couldn't have planned that any better if you were pretty much the entire field there that are on the same sort of stop cycle. So right in that transition period, and funnily enough, as soon as everyone rolled out, the track went straight to greasy, which automatically starts to roll us more into that dry window. So just trying to keep an eye on the 11141. Looks like the 157's actually lost some ground in the stop there, if the timing is correct. So potentially a brake change for those guys, and so right before the 12-hour mark, going to lose some points in that one. So that's a tough one for those guys. They were looking at third position points and back down to fifth.
It's kind of just how it goes. You're kind of expecting some to require the brake change, and just before the halfway point, fair enough. But it is a significant switch for the 111 to gain an extra little bit of points on the 41. So so it is what it is. It's 9 instead of the single point they would have gained, which is a pretty big deal. But still, considering the points margin the 41 had coming into this round, it's still not amazing. But they're doing exactly what they need to do. They're just trying to constantly be ahead of their rivals, and with it drying up, it should now start to favour them. Hopefully for them, the 41's going to struggle a little bit in the dry conditions with their weight, and maybe things will start to look a little bit better. But right now, I'd still be, if I were to put a bet on right now, it is still very, very firmly on the 41 right now. They are looking good for this championship, but it's racing. You know how quickly this stuff can change.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're spot on. Crucially for the 111, they stayed in front during that pit stop cycle. Still only about a second between the cars, so he's got to try and stay in front now, work through these kind of greasy conditions, and let the Bentley come into its own, and for those guys, hoping that as the sun starts to rise, and the track temperature comes to them, that they can really start to stretch their legs and maybe try and find an extra position or two on the road.
Yeah, it is about as dark as it gets for a lot of people in Europe. We are approaching 1 o'clock in the morning for everyone here in Great Britain, which for anyone who doesn't know, Nick Foster, as much as his accent will deceive you, is he's in the UK, so you're dealing with the same times that I am. It's not ridiculous time in the morning or whatever it would be down under. Actually, be quite a nice time actually. But you have to deal with the same stuff as us. We're approaching midnight. We're all very tired, and still got a lot of time of this race, which obviously people like Mike Gow, Michael Hamlet, who are constantly in our ears giving us info, and obviously providing the broadcast feed that you are watching, they're running all the way through on this one. So massive respect to them. I just got a word in my ear. Why would I remind them of that? I'm just telling the community how much work everyone puts in behind the scenes and how everyone should respect it a lot more. The 41, by the way, the 41 is ahead of the 111. How did Alexander Somalia get ahead of Charcot? I wonder if there's been a mistake, because that is massive for the championship.
Right, with 10 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go before that point payout. So that's a big move. That's going to seal or definitely put it much firmer in the favour of the 41 car at this point.
Yeah, just that's just do feel bad for Michael Hamlet, who's now having to redo all the maths on that spreadsheet. He was having it all sorted out. Drive-through penalty for Miato in the 164. Don't have that note from race control. Or no, we do. Never mind, it has just popped up. Failing to hold brakes against the 35 car a little bit earlier in the race. 35 being, I think that's the Zenith car, if memory serves, and an incident there. It's kind of one of those things. If you're in an incident, there are times, a time and a place where realistically you hold your brakes to remain predictable on the racetrack, and clearly being viewed as not having done so was Miato, and they're back in the bad boys books from race control. And there's been a few teams that have been viewed by race control more than once this race, and I think that 164 is one of them.
Yeah, tough break. Just floating inside the top 20 there, so that's going to bump them back a little bit. Not something you want to have right on the 12-hour mark too. Not that you get points for that far back, but you want to stay in contention all the way through. So they're quite close to a few cars around them, so that's going to hurt their drive forward.
Smolly is doing fantastic, by the way, at the moment, as not only has he got past Charcot, he's also pulled out more than a 1.1 second gap. I think it's close to 1.5 as we cross the line to complete yet another lap. It's 1.2. So the gap is getting bigger and bigger, and things are looking better and better for Simware.pro. This, for them, I mean, again, we were talking about this in after qualifying, which was on Thursday. Did the qualifying and they qualified in 19th position. Meanwhile, the 111 got through into the Super Pole shootout for the in the top 10. They did fantastically well, and things were looking really, really on the up for the Polish squad versus the Russians. And for DV1 Triton, they were coming into this targeting the championship, whereas that rush up the grid from Smolia in the early stages very much threw it in favour of the 41 once again. And every single time we see this team, they're just doing better and better and better. And we'll take a look as to how they got through. Looks like this one might well be a pretty simple move. Just running through Advan Bogan now up towards the NGK chicane. Somalia might well look to make the move here. Wow, even on replay, I can't even believe what I'm about to see. And Charcot, wise to it, to be fair. I'll give Charcot an awful lot of respect there. Didn't try fighting it too hard in causing an incident. Just raced as it was and saw that the move from Smolia was a pretty decent one.
Yeah, tough ass there to roll straight into the car on slicks on a drying track. So it's clear he doesn't quite know where the grip is, struggling to find it a little bit. Smolier's all over it because he's done the last hour. He understands right where the track's at, where he can push. Credit to him, he's also the fastest car on track at the moment, Smolier. Only just nudged out by Richter on the last lap. So yeah, it looks like the 111 might actually just go a lap down here. So that's a tough break for those guys because, naturally, as we said before, you want to try and stay on the lead lap to capitalise on anything. The more they drop further from the lead, the less their chances are of clinching the championship are.
Well, let's do ourselves a bit of a rundown whilst we're in this point. We've completed the pit lane sequence, the final pit lane sequence of the first half of this race. We're heading into tomorrow, which is just ticked over here in BST. Our race leaders from the very start of the race, they started from 4th position, did the Bastian Richter currently driven car. It's Tobias Grunewald who was behind the wheel at that point. Started from 4th, grabbed 3rd from Rocket Sim Sports, running down into turn 1. Drive-through or stop-go penalties for the 2 cars ahead gave them the race lead, but sometimes you don't make your own luck, you just have to roll with it, and they certainly have been ever since that point. They've led almost the entirety of the race. It was only through the pit lane sequence a couple of times ago where they had to pit 10 minutes earlier courtesy of some tyre issues and such that they relinquished the lead over to the 149 car. Since then, they've retaken the race lead and they've looked as strong ever since. Behind them, the Yaz Heat Pirelli car that Eamon Murphy's driving. They led courtesy of a great stint from James Baldwin, but it was only for a 10-minute period. Then Yaroslav Honzik got behind the wheel and the gap started growing once more. Did the best he could. Eamon Murphy's jumped in behind the wheel and they sit about 25 seconds off of our race leader. The big drama, though, is in the championship fight that Smolia in the number 41 Simware.pro is in at the moment. They are ahead of the 111 car. Fantastic stuff for them. Looks like they are going to cross the line in 3rd position, running past the halfway point of the race, and that is a total of 25 points. That is for the 26 points that the 111 would be getting for its current position. The 157 after a brake change, they're running a bit further down now. Kapoch is behind the wheel, inside the top 5, still looking to score some decent points. And behind that is Luca Burke piloting the Rocket Sim Sports car. You've got Williams directly behind this. They took a brake change a little bit earlier. Jack Keithy, who we were catching up with a little bit earlier, now behind the wheel. Obviously saw a great battle between Tarek Gamil and Robbie Stapleford a bit earlier in the race. Donington. Those two are still now running 6th and 7th, although with different drivers behind the wheel. Van Druten behind the wheel of the 995, Ambassadors for Ren Velten as they're running around in 8th position. Seidel behind the wheel of the 125 car. Get your sunglasses out, boom, it's on the screen. Real Racing Club, Schinkenwagen. I know big fan base out in chat for this one. Love to see it back in the daytime though. Does very much look like an apple and rhubarb sweet as we go back to Marek Schintz just inside the top 10. Said that Racing Line Motorsports, they go forward in races, and this race is no exception. They are inside the top 10 now in their Racing Line Motorsport Aston Martin. That's the top 10. First half of the race is done. I'm going to ask you, Nick, for your final roundup of what we've seen. Been great stuff, been very, very tricky conditions though.
Yeah, tough one for everyone out there. We're just kind of starting to roll into the dry running now, which will be quite a fast night. I expect the pace to kind of really drop down into the low 50s. Yeah, stoked so far. Been a really, really good race. Interesting to see, you know, a car that was a clear contender at the front. Not necessarily make a few mistakes, but, you know, come into a couple of spots where they needed to take a few risks, stay in front and lose that gap. So I think it's still quite a tight race at the front, and I expect the McLaren to get better. We saw some really strong pace from them in qualifying in the dry, so with the right man behind the wheel, I think they can really bring that down. In terms of the championship, I was really excited to see that battle there, and Smolly has just been able to run over the top of the 111, making that job much harder for those guys. So stoked to see how the rest unfolds later today, and thanks for having me along, Lou. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I've actually really enjoyed it. We had some good banter, and you made me laugh on broadcast, so good effort. We'll wrap up now. We'll be back at 6 o'clock in the morning when, well, we won't. I'm going for a nice sleep, if I'm perfectly honest. David Christie and Paul Jeffrey, though, will be back at 6 o'clock in the morning, BST. So that's in 6 hours' time. With 6 hours left to go, they'll do 3 hours. And then myself and Andy McEwen will be in for the final moments of the race. All sorting out all the interval points, so keep your eyes on the screen for those to appear. Thank you very much for joining us. Also, we'll give ourselves a bit of a shout out to the sponsors who join us here in the SimGrid VCO World Cup. Of course, we couldn't do it without AK Informatica, Thrustmaster and Coach Dave Academy. With my last shout out of the day, you can head over to Coach Dave Academy over on their website. Link is in the chat as well. TSGX VCO 20 for 20% off. Thank you very much. Until then, till a bit later on. See you in a bit.